Chapter 874. Hearing Guan Lide's words, everyone of Broad Creed Mountain frowned. The other side was clearly taking advantage of the situation, forcing them to sign an alliance. Guan Lide said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "There is no need for you to deny it." A figure appeared beside him. It was none other than the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Luo Ziyuan glanced at Guan Lide with a complex expression on his face before his gaze fell on those of Broad Creed Mountain and the Grand Xian dynasty. After a while, Luo Ziyuan said in a heavy tone, "The immortal artifact left behind by the Emperor in the past resembled a wheel on the outside, having 12 holes. The dim radiant lamp was also merged with that wheel-shaped immortal artifact. It is currently with Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoga." With that, radiance flickered within his pupils as the scenes of that time appeared. Even Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing's gazes were drawn over. When they had received the news earlier, they had still been uncertain whether they believed it or not. From the looks of it now, however, it was very likely to be true. The dim radiant Emperor In Tianxia had actually really left behind an immortal artifact after his death, and this immortal artifact had even ended up in Yen Zhaoga's hands. Guan Lide gazed down at Broad Creed Mountain. While it is still only an embryonic immortal artifact, having yet to be completely refined, it is still not something you can possess. Even if it is not me, there will still be others who will come asking for it. Coincidentally, Chao Dongnan admires you father and son very much. I might as well give him some face and hand over the immortal artifact to me, and I will help you deal with your opponents." Hearing his words, Yen Di raised his brows slightly. "Our sect can deal with the enemies before us. There is no need to trouble you." Glancing at him, Guan Lide said mildly, "You seem to have misunderstood. I did not discuss this with you. I must obtain the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor. Without those of the Grand Xian dynasty present, if you do not hand it over, I will directly break down your sect. It is the same now. If you do not hand over the immortal artifact, I will join forces with those of the Grand Xian dynasty to attack you. These two choices make no difference to me. I have been old friends with Chao Dongnan for many years. Even if he learns of this afterwards, he will not say anything." Guan Lide turned to look at Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing. "It's the same for the two of you. Do not obstruct me from obtaining the immortal artifact. Everyone can go their own way. If you want to compete with me, then let's fight it out." King Xuanqing knit his brows as Daoist Shi's ancient voice now resounded. "Since the star-plucking practitioner is familiar with the southeastern exalt, you should know that we are not people without any background at all. Even amongst our fellow disciples active in the Royal Reed Sea, those here are far from all of us. However, we have only one goal in coming here, which is to destroy Broad Creed Mountain and capture and kill Yen Zhaoga and his son. As long as Broad Creed Mountain is breached, you can take whatever you want." This old man definitely has no objections. After a moment of silence, King Xuanqing said in a deep voice, "We also have no interest in that immortal artifact embryo." Guan Lide nodded. "I have a rough idea of who is standing behind you all. However, since I'm here to fight for the immortal artifact, I'll be competing with more than one or two major figures. I already know the risks I'll have to take, so adding one more won't make a difference. It is just that since I just so happened to arrive here as the news spread, I naturally had to make good use of this opportunity. Only then would I have any hope of being the first to obtain it." Guan Lide lowered his head to look at Broad Creed Mountain. "It was originally my intention to join forces with your opponents and quickly take down your Broad Creed Mountain. That would save the most time. Anyway, they would not be able to compete with me. On account of Southeast Chao's sake, I gave you a chance to save yourselves. Since you won't accept a toast, I can only treat you to a forfeit." Amidst his words, that massive hand condensed of starlight slammed down towards Broad Creed Mountain. As that massive hand that could grasp even the stars descended, its momentum was virtually about to rip the entire spirit inheritance region out of the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. Yen Di raised his brows as he brandished the heavenly dragon saber within his hands horizontally in midair. The internal organs of his body shook slightly, resembling 5 divinities awakening from a deep slumber. 5 colored lights spurted out, transforming into a multicolored mist which enveloped Yen Di's entire body. The next moment, the five-colored light ascended, condensing on the heavenly dragon saber. As the light circulated, it resembled a barrier which blocked Guan Li's descending palm. The massive heaven-obscuring hand seemed to lose its miraculousness for a time as it was no longer able to envelop the entire spirit inheritance region as it gradually shrunk to the size of an ordinary human hand. Guan Li's pure white palm extended from within his sleeve, pressing down on Yen Di's saber. He exerted more force with his hand. The numerous stars circulated at an even greater speed, resembling the descent of a meteor shower. That massive starlight hand appeared once more, wanting to envelop the sky once more as it suppressed Yen Di and Broad Creed Mountain beneath it. Yen Di's expression was calm as his expression did not change. He inhaled deeply, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as streams of qi surged, transforming into two intermingling qis of black and white, yin and yang coexisting in an endless stream. That massive starlight hand dissipated once more, Guan Li's palm appearing in its original form. Guan Li's expression turned slightly more serious. Why does it look like the life creation heavenly scripture and yin yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear direct lineage? Daoist Shi and King Xuancheng had solemn expressions on their faces as they had already seen through some clues earlier. Now, they were even more certain of it. Still, there was no turning back. Guan Li was determined to obtain the dim radiant wheel. Since he had already made a move, he would not hold anything back. Daoist Shi and King Xuancheng did not just stand by and watch as they immediately led the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners in attacking Yen Di and Broad Creed Mountain together. With Guan Li of the 9th level of the martial saint realm making a move, the pressure that Broad Creed Mountain faced was instantly different. Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone said from below, "Father, while it is not suitable, why don't you make do with it for now?" He separated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box from Pan Pan before patting the sword box. The box opened, black light shooting into the skies. Coincidentally, Broad Creed Mountain currently possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact. Yet, there just happened to be none suitable for Yen Di. The extreme Yin crown could be ignored. The evil sword Tao Tai and the King Xian spear were both not suitable for Yen Di. The Cold Sun Divine Saber had yet to be perfected as it was still not a true high-grade sacred artifact. While it could be of use to Yen Di of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, it was not as compatible with his martial Dao as the Heavenly Dragon Saber was currently at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. The only thing he could use was the Extreme Yang Seal. Firstly, he would have to spend some time cultivating in the Extreme Yang scripture. Secondly, Yen Zhaoga would have to use it in secluded cultivation as it had been brought down to the vast ocean world and was currently not at Broad Creed Mountain. Yen Zhaoga had asked Yen Di if he wanted to make do with it for now. Still, even so, the evil sword Tao Tai would still be able to display more power in Yen Di's hands than in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan. While Yen Di was famed beneath the heavens for his saber, he was proficient in sword arts as well. He was one of the few people of Broad Creed Mountain who was proficient in all the 8 extreme arts. These included the Great Heaven Earth Sword and the Big Dipper Sword. His saber intent was displayed with every movement he made, resembling the roiling momentum of the heavens and the earth as it was unstoppable. It was displayed to the point of perfection with the saber. It could also be used with the sword. It was just that the concept of the evil sword Tao Tai was completely different from Yen Di's saber intent. Still, as a high-grade sacred artifact, the sword itself possessed great power. The two combined would still be extraordinary. Yen Di shook his head, "No need." He descended. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone retracted the King Xian spear, using the even stronger evil sword Tao Tai to replace Pan Pan's original position. Yen Di descended, establishing the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation alongside Yuan Jingfeng, the Northern Ocean clone and Feng Yunsheng. Chapter 875. Even though Daoist Shi had activated the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, it was difficult for him to resolve it in a short amount of time. Bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yen Di's momentum surged once more. Daoist Shi frowned. The Heaven and Earth Divination Formation was fully activated, splitting the void. King Xuancheng and the others were situated in different regions of space, resisting those of Broad Creed Mountain who were bolstered by the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation. The two great formations displayed their respective effects. Both sides attacked each other, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Amidst this, Yen Di attacked, each saber faster than the previous as he rampaged through the surrounding area. While he was unable to leave the formation and guard Broad Creed Mountain, under Yen Zhaoga's guidance, Yen Di's saberlight unceasingly hacked towards the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, attacking the Grand Unity position at its core. This time, Daoist Shi controlled the Cyclone Tortoise and personally made a move, also vying for the position of Supreme Oneness as he blocked Yen Di's saberlight and ensured the circulation of the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation. However, with his cultivation base, even with the protection of the Cyclone Turtle, he would still be hard-pressed to stand against Yen Di. Only with Yen Di not leaving Broad Creed Mountain was Daoist Shi barely able to hold on. When Guan Light saw this, a trace of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. Gazing at Broad Creed Mountain down below, he said slowly, possessing such strength at such a cultivation base, it is truly not easy. He is a heaven-defying genius. I pity your talents, so I don't want to kill you all. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the immortal weapon or not? Gazing at Guan Lied, Yen Di said in an indifferent tone, if you have any capabilities, just bring it on. Why the need to beat around the bush? Guan Lied looked coldly at Yen Di. I felt pity for your talent, yet you sought your own death. A person like you indeed cannot be left alive, or you will definitely become a great threat in the future. Stars gathered above his head, and a resplendent crown of stars appeared. In an instant, the starlight in the real sky above dimmed. Between the heavens and the earth, Guan Lied resembled the ruler of the stardust as he descended upon Broad Creed Mountain. A 9th-level martial saint wielding a high-grade sacred artifact. At this level, martial practitioners and high-grade sacred artifacts could gradually help each other, vaguely surpassing their previous limits. Yen Di was undaunted as his saberlight flew, bolstered by the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation as he brazenly clashed with Guan Lied. However, on the other side, Daoist Shi, King Xuancheng and the other Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners were already attacking together. In the end, Daoist Shi's attainments in array formations were profound. Although he was unable to break the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Array in a short time, he was able to greatly interfere with the operation of the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Array. The attacks of the others enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as they assaulted Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, Broad Creed Mountain resembled a lone boat amidst the tempestuous waves, bobbing up and down. Even so, their expressions were still composed. Still, they would occasionally shift their gazes towards Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone. Guan Lied had come for the dim radiant wheel, engaging in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Broad Creed Mountain here. In truth, however, Yen Zhaoga himself and the dim radiant wheel were not at Broad Creed Mountain at all. The Grand Xian dynasty knew this as Shenlingzi and Kong Ping had headed to the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea to capture Yen Zhaoga. Guan Lied, however, did not understand this as he thought that Yen Zhaoga had not appeared because his cultivation base at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm would not be of much use in this current battle. Feeling the gazes of his fellow disciples, the Northern Ocean clone smiled. The southern part of the Royal Reed Sea, the Phoenix-bearing region. As soon as abnormalities had occurred with the Wound of the Sky here, the person of the Grand Xian dynasty in charge of guarding over this region, Lord Protector Zheng of the 4 Lord Protectors, had hurried over. As he hurried to where the Wound of the Sky was, he ordered people to inform Shenlingzi, King Xuancheng and Daoist Shi who were preparing to launch an expedition to the Spirit Inheritance region. When he had arrived at the Wound of the Sky, he saw that the pillar of light that shot into the heavens had actually still yet to dissipate. The crevice between the heavens and the earth in mid-air had not closed as it was still distorted. Still, it had become much more blurry. A figure stood between the heavens and the earth, bathed in the pillar of light. That was a youth who was garbed in white clothes and a blue robe with black borders. Before the youth was a 3-legged pill furnace that was completely purplish gold in color and emanated clouds and mist. On top of the pill furnace, there was a smaller black furnace that was inverted. The two pill furnaces had their lids opened, their mouths facing each other. Just like this, they looked exceptionally strange. Lord Protector Zheng could not be any more familiar with that youth's appearance. Currently, there was no one in the entire Royal Reed Sea who did not know of him. Broad Creed Mountains Yen Zhaoge. He was in the vast ocean world before this. Lord Protector Zheng's heart sunk, he broke through space there and saw true divinity, attaining the early seeing divinity stage and ascending to the world beyond worlds. While he was a late seeing divinity martial saint, Lord Protector Zheng was currently unable to relax at all. Yen Zhaoge's battle accomplishments aside, his father Yen Di had slain King Xuanmu of the 6th level of the martial saint realm upon ascending that year, shooting to fame with a single battle. While King Xuanmu had been injured then, Yen Di's valiant might had still been evident. Being similarly at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, Lord Protector Zheng's strength was inferior to King Xuanmu's as he was naturally not confident at this moment. He was prepared to monitor Yen Zhaoge from afar, locking onto his movements as he waited for Shenlingzi and King Xuanqing to come and deal with him. Just as Lord Protector Zheng was pondering about this, he saw the acupoints of Yen Zhaoge's entire body flicker with radiance, the light of fire actually vaguely leaping about amidst the radiance. It was as though numerous stars had been set ablaze. Lord Protector Zheng was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, lighting up starfire. This is the sign of an early seeing divinity martial saint advancing towards the mid-seeing divinity stage. Still, didn't this Yen Zhaoge just ascend from the seeing divinity martial saint realm? With just a single acupoint having been refined to see divinity, how could he possibly light up starfire? Unless this person simultaneously or consecutively refined multiple acupoints, shooting up to the peak of the 4th level of the martial saint realm within an extremely short period of time, reaching the limit. Only then would he be able to attempt breaking through the limit, advancing towards a higher level. Lighting up starfire should originally be a matter within the body of a martial practitioner. Outsiders should not be able to see it at all. The disturbance caused by him lighting up starfire is so great. How abundant must his strength be then? Without having clashed, without having come into contact, just looking at this scene from afar, Lord Protector Zheng felt a chill rising up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, instantly enveloping his entire body as though he had fallen into an icy cavern. When martial practitioners were breaking through, they could not be disturbed by others. This was originally the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack. Still, looking at the scene before him, Lord Protector Zheng actually dared not act rashly. The truth proved that his choice was correct, yet also futile. This was because Yen Zhaoge had virtually instantly surpassed the unattainable barrier of countless martial practitioners, stepping into the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. The starlight and illusory flames around his body were simultaneously retracted. Other than his abnormal movements in mid-air, Yen Zhaoge's current appearance resembled that of an ordinary person who had never cultivated in martial arts before. Yen Zhaoge smiled, his gaze shifting as it accurately fell on the figure of Lord Protector Zheng in the distance. Lord Protector Zheng's heart thumped madly as he could only feel that a great calamity was about to befall him. He immediately realized that it would be impossible for him to succeed in monitoring Yen Zhaoge, as staying behind would instead result in his death. Without any hesitation whatsoever, Lord Protector Zheng turned and left. Yen Zhaoge stood where he was, not immediately making a move as he first kept the two interlocked furnaces neither hurriedly nor slowly. Then, he smiled, striding forward. The next instant, he was directly behind Lord Protector Zheng. Chapter 876. Yen Zhaoge instantly arrived behind Lord Protector Zheng at a speed that far surpassed his imagination. The great rock spear of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family's 7-fowl treasured spear could be said to specialize in speed as well. Of the powers active in the Royal Reed Sea originally, only those of the Radiant Light sect who cultivated in the 1,000 illusory streaking light art could match it in speed. As an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, while Lord Protector Zheng was inferior to King Xuanmu, he was still extraordinary. As he had intended to flee, he had directly used the great rock spear to bring himself flying. Yet, Yen Zhaoge had actually been even faster than him. "You are the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng?" Yan Zhaoge had previously seen images of the peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty, having already recognized him with a single glance. He could not help but smile, shaking his head. Back then at that branch altar of the dim darkness sect, we two met by chance. Still, it was fortunate that we did not see each other then. Otherwise, I would probably be in deep trouble. I would also not be able to converse with you like this now. Lord Protector Zheng's face was livid as he thought that Yan Zhaoge was toying with him. He did not know that not long after Yan Zhaoge had arrived in the world beyond worlds for the first time with the help of the paper fan, a branch altar of the dim darkness sect had been attacked by the Grand Xian dynasty in the end. Back then, it had been precisely Lord Protector Zheng who had led the attack. At that time, Yan Zhaoge had still yet to transcend mortality and enter sainthood, as his cultivation base had been far inferior to Lord Protector Zheng's. Now, however, Lord Protector Zheng was still a 6th-level martial saint while Yan Zhaoge had already reached the 5th level of the martial saint realm, his strength far surpassing that of his opponents. Speaking of which, quite a few years had already passed. Thinking about it now, Yan Zhaoge felt rather emotional. Lord Protector Zheng snorted, "Kid of the Yan family, don't be arrogant. Even though your cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds now, you are still too inexperienced. Many of my Grand Xian dynasty's ancestors have returned to the royal reed sea this time, sweeping through all beneath the heavens, already cannot be stopped." He said hatefully, "Even if you immediately turn tail and flee now, attempting to flee from the royal reed sea, you might not be able to get what you want." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "You are hinting to me that even if I kill you, it would be useless. I might as well just let you go," hurriedly turning around and fleeing for my life. "Saving some time, I might even be able to live a little longer." Having his thoughts seen through by Yan Zhaoge, Lord Protector Zheng's expression changed slightly. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, retracting his smile as he said earnestly, "From a certain perspective, it is only today that this Yan has truly arrived in the world beyond worlds. Settling the enmity between me and your Grand Xian dynasty shall be this Yan's first battle in the world beyond worlds." Looking at Lord Protector Zheng, Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Starting with you." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge raised his palm, directly flipping it over and slamming it down towards the top of Lord Protector Zheng's head. Lord Protector Zheng shouted angrily. How could he resign himself to death? He immediately retaliated. However, accompanied by the descent of Yan Zhaoge's palm, Lord Protector Zheng could only feel as though the sky before him had directly collapsed, the heavens and earth spinning in reverse. This terrifying power that could reverse heaven and earth directly locked him in place, completely unable to shift his body. The true essence turned into raging flames that soared into the sky, but in the next instant, it was immediately extinguished. Even the heavens and earth were overturned, let alone a few flames in this world. Lord Protector Zheng's eyes looked on the brink of imploding as he saw Yan Zhaoge's palm descending, yet he was unable to muster any strength, even being unable to evade it. If one were to say that many opponents of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal had been mentally intimidated by Yan Zhaoge's fist intent earlier, now, Lord Protector Zheng really seemed like he was facing a terrifying calamity of the heavens and earth overturning in reverse. However he resisted and evaded, he was unable to avoid this palm of Yan Zhaoge's. A boom resounded as Yan Zhaoge's palm mightily descended. The mid-grade sacred artifacts and low-grade sacred artifacts that Lord Protector Zheng carried had not even been able to display their effects when the crown of his head had already been shattered by Yan Zhaoge's palm. After slaying his opponent with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge no longer looked at him as he just casually kept Lord Protector Zheng's treasures before throwing them all into those two interlocking furnaces. Next, Yan Zhaoge directly strode off in the northwest direction towards Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region. He was swift as he instantly traversed the endless ocean. After walking for a while, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he gazed into the distance. He saw a swordlight chopping over towards him. The swordlight resembled a long river of time, vast and mighty as it never ceased. The radiance was not bright and bright as it was even mild as water. Where the swordlight passed, however, the heavens and the earth were all pale and blurry. The newcomer's voice contained infinite hatred as it resounded one word at a time. Yen. Zhao! Go! Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. Kong Ping, you've come at the right time. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Grand Xian dynasty's Shenling 10 swords, the former #1 expert of the Royal Reed Sea, Kong Ping. Due to Madame Kang's death, they had become sworn enemies. Afterwards, Yan Zhaoge had sent him plummeting into the deep black hole formed of the Taotia's remnant body at the bottom of the clear scenic region. Several years later, he had finally escaped. All his fury and hatred had transformed into a cold, resolute killing intent at this moment. While Kong Ping's face was expressionless as no anger could be seen on his face at all, his voice caused a chill to run down one's spine. Yan Zhaoge, there is no Lin Hanhua to protect you this time. If the Shadow Mountain Sword King had not acted that year, you would not have been able to keep me here. Yan Zhaoge met Kong Ping's gaze, smiling. Rather, I wonder if anyone will be able to protect you today. When my father first ascended to the world beyond worlds that year, he once said that it would truly be a joyous thing in life to have an expert as a sacrifice. I share the same opinion as my father on this. He stood in midair, his hands behind his back as he tilted his head slightly to look at Kong Ping. Oh, there is still a slight difference. My father was a sacrifice to the saber while I was a sacrifice to the sword. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Kong Ping did not waste words as he directly stabbed out with his sword. I will not sacrifice you to my sword. I will sacrifice your head to my wife. Having been trapped in the black hole at the bottom of the clear scenic region for many years, Kong Ping's sword had not become dull. His time-flowing sword was just like when he had wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge for the first time that year, possessing a shocking momentum and sharp sword intent. Everything was even more than that. Yan Zhaoge did not conceal his cultivation base at all. At first glance, Kong Ping could vaguely tell that Yan Zhaoge was actually not just at the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Instead, he had shockingly attained the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm. That youth who had only been able to flee for his life beneath his sword that year was already not far from his current cultivation base. Meanwhile, how terrifying must the strength of this youth who had always presided over most others be now? Kong Ping was unable to tell. Still, no one could stop him from avenging his wife's death. He and Yan Zhaoge were absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, his choice was to immediately attack with all his might. Not only did he use his full strength, but he also activated the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword. With the support of the sacred artifact, Kong Ping, whose strength was already outstanding in the first place, was already close to that of his Grand Master, Shenlingzi. With a single slash, the world in front of him turned into a void turbulence. Yan Zhaoge looked at this enemy whom he had once had to use all of his abilities to deal with empty-handed, an enemy whom he had not been fully confident of being able to withstand. The Sword of Time. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. The flow of time is indeed one of the most powerful existences in this world, able to change many things. The two interlocked cauldrons appeared. With a light pat, the internal crystal furnace separated from the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Within the internal crystal furnace, streaks of purple light shot into the sky as a dark green bamboo cane slowly rose from within. It was divided into 7 sections and was 7 feet long. Chapter 877. As Kong Ping cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, his sword seemed to ignore the flow of time as it was swift to the extreme. Opponents whose cultivation bases were inferior to his would often be slain by his sword before they could even react. Yet, in the eyes of the current Yan Zhaoge, while Kong Ping's movements were still very fast, each and every one of his movements could be seen clearly. Yan Zhaoge's movements were similarly very fast, but he appeared very leisurely as he was completely unflustered. The dark green bamboo cane that flickered with purple light landed in Yan Zhaoge's hands. The next moment, red light flickered amidst the purple radiance. Yan Zhaoge raised the bamboo cane, drawing a semicircle in midair before solidly striking the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword that Kong Ping was wielding. A crisp paw resounded as the sword light of the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword instantly dimmed somewhat. Kong Ping's pupils abruptly dilated. His sword intent that had previously been one with the sword in his hand with no distinction between the two directly broke apart. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword was directly knocked aside by the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand. The high-grade sacred artifact emitted an unceasing ringing that resembled a person moaning in agony. Kong Ping could even see a slight crack actually appearing on the blade of the sword that was clear as autumn waters. The blurry yet mild sword light suddenly turned bright and dazzling at this moment. It was as if a point had suddenly appeared amidst the endless river of time. Time was severed, the human world thrown into chaos. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, trampling on that river of time that seemed to reign above all. Kong Ping's expression was solemn like never before. He knew of the existence of this dark green bamboo cane. His son Kong Jinyuan had once suffered greatly at Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane. When Kong Ping had heard of this matter afterwards, he had similarly been unable to understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. Now that he had personally seen this bamboo cane and felt its profundities, he was still unable to comprehend it. There was no majestic power. There was no special concept. There was no abundant spiritual qi. There was nothing at all. Yet, it caused the high-grade sacred artifact that he wielded, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, to tremble. What Kong Ping was more concerned about was that according to Kong Jinyuan, this bamboo cane should have 5 segments and be 5 feet long. It could take down a low-grade sacred artifact, yet be unable to do anything to the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor. But now, this bamboo staff was clearly 7 feet long, and even the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, could not withstand it. This thing is getting stronger and stronger. Kong Ping thought of many legendary treasures, but none of them matched. Grasping the dark green bamboo cane in his right hand, Yan Zhaoge lightly exercised his wrist, the bamboo cane spinning and dancing in midair. When the bamboo cane in his hand had 5 segments, all weapons below the level of a holy weapon would be shattered into dust in one strike. Lower holy weapons would not be able to withstand it. At the 6th segment, it could kill a low-grade sacred weapon with a single strike. If it were to hit a mid-grade sacred weapon, the latter would be afraid to avoid it. However, to Yan Zhaoge, who possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact, mid-grade sacred artifacts already posed no threat to him. What he needed was a trump card that could restrain his enemy's high-grade sacred weapon. Immortal Bridge Martial Saints were able to fully exert the power of high-grade sacred artifacts. The combined might of an Immortal Bridge Martial Saint wielding a high-grade sacred artifact far surpassed that of a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint wielding a high-grade sacred artifact. Even if this Seeing Divinity Martial Saint was able to challenge Immortal Bridge Martial Saints with his strength, he would still be disadvantaged due to his weapon. The answer to this problem lay in this dark green bamboo cane that Yan Zhaoge had specially forged for himself. 6 segments wouldn't work, but 7 segments would. When Yan Zhaoge had attained the Seeing Divinity stage, this bamboo cane would have grown from 6 to 7 segments. Yan Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this moment. What outsiders did not know was that besides the heavenly dragon saber that Yan Di possessed and the immortal talisman embroidered robe that Yuan Jingfeng wore, all the mid-grade sacred artifacts that Broad Creed Mountain had accumulated over the years had actually all been brought to the vast ocean world by Yan Zhaoge. Precipitous golden armor, cloud-commanding spear, his gains from killing Buddhist martial practitioners and the Eastern Exalt's lineage, his gains from killing Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, most mid-grade sacred artifacts were unable to descend to the lower worlds. Yan Zhaoge directly stuffed them all into the profound sky-purple gold furnace to suppress them. All these years, so many mid-grade sacred artifacts had all been gathered with Yan Zhaoge just for this day. After Yan Zhaoge saw divinity and ascended to the world beyond worlds, he immediately started refining the dark green bamboo cane. Now, the 7-foot bamboo staff had appeared in this world, and it specialized in dealing with high-grade sacred weapons. Yan Zhaoge swung his arm, striking down with his staff as the sword light of the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword instantly dimmed somewhat. As Kong Ping's thoughts raced, his eyes narrowed. The sword light that resembled water abruptly retracted and condensed, landing on Kong Ping's body. His movements instantly became extraordinarily fast, his speed rising yet another level. He was as fast as a streak of light, his figure appearing and disappearing amidst space as it was hard to catch. Since he could not block it, he would not block it then. He raised his speed to the maximum, striking slow with speed as that bamboo cane was unable to touch the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. Paw! Kong Ping stared wide-eyed. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at him. A speck of red light was emitted from the tip of the bamboo cane as it traced a trajectory amidst space, forming a red line which accurately struck the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword once more. Not waiting for Kong Ping to change his stance, Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane was like a tempestuous storm as it struck down ferociously towards his face. Streaks of red light flickered, shattering that long river of time formed of the time-flowing sword light into many pieces. Time seemed to shatter at this moment. Kong Ping's gaze hardened as he abruptly realized, immortal trapping sword. You know the immortal trapping sword of the immortal exterminating four swords? Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal death, trapping immortal red light arose all around. The variations of the ending immortal sword are boundlessly wondrous, the blood of divinities drenching their robes. The immortal trapping sword, the sword of the end that slays time and space. When cultivated to the peak, a single sword can slay space and time, severing the long river of time and shattering countless worlds of space. From a certain perspective, the concept of the immortal trapping sword was similar to that of the spatial heavenly scripture and the Aeon light heavenly scripture as they mutually reinforced and countered each other. In actual combat, when the difference in strength between the two sides was not great, the immortal trapping sword could be said to be the bane of the spatial heavenly scripture and the Aeon light heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge laughed. When I received your son back then, this Yan still did not know this sword. It was inevitable that I would not be able to serve you well. Let me make up for it with you today. Kong Ping inhaled deeply. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Last time, I already said that your sword Dao was sharp to the extreme and rather strange. Thinking about it now, it is also one of the immortal exterminating four swords, the immortal ending sword. You are actually proficient in both the immortal trapping sword and the immortal ending sword. Who would believe that you are not of the prime clear direct lineage? He said coldly, you won't have to live well in the world beyond worlds. Even if we don't kill you, others will. There is no need for you to worry about that. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, yet his smile was very icy cold. What gave you the misconception that you would be able to live past today? Amidst his laughter, each sword of Yan Zhaoge's was faster than the previous as it was even faster than Kong Ping's. Where the red light passed, the chaotic space distorted and collapsed. Where the red light passed, the pale, stagnant world regained its original state. Where the red light passed, the vast river of time was directly severed. Even though Kong Ping was a heaven-defying genius with shocking strength, he was still beaten into a sorry state by Yan Zhaoge at this moment. The sword light that resembled water that suffused the sky was riddled with red cracks before finally mightily shattering. The high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, emitted a mournful wail as it was directly knocked out of Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane. Chapter 878. Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane directly knocked the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword out of the air before he stabbed towards Kong Ping's throat. A treasure light lit up on Kong Ping's body. A medial-grade holy artifact robe manifested into runes that turned into a wave-like barrier in front of him. The water ripples looked weak, but their defensive power was not weak. When worn by a powerhouse like Kong Ping, it became even more powerful. But when the dark green bamboo staff fell, the ripples shattered without a sound. Not even the slightest ripple appeared. The robe on Kong Ping's body directly turned into flowing light and shattered inch by inch. A mid-grade sacred artifact had been extinguished by Yan Zhaoge with a single staff. Yan Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, how many mid-grade sacred artifacts do you still have? Kong Ping did not utter a word as he suddenly spun, his sword Dao being unleashed to the maximum as his sword light enveloped Yan Zhaoge. Where the radiance passed, Yan Zhaoge's movements seemed to slow, while Kong Ping's speed abruptly increased. Transforming into a streak of light, he instantly arrived at Yan Zhaoge's flank, substituting a sword with his finger as he stabbed towards Yan Zhaoge's temple. While the dark green bamboo cane was incomparably effective against sacred artifacts and treasures, its power was limited against an immortal bridge martial saint like him, being inferior to a high-grade sacred artifact. Kong Ping's willpower was firm. He wasn't discouraged. After seeing through this, he calmly retaliated. Without the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword in hand, he wanted to forcibly take on Yan Zhaoge with his strength that surpassed most experts of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. However, Yan Zhaoge substituted the bamboo cane for the sword, lightly brandishing it as a red glow flashed past. The sword light of the time-flowing sword that enveloped him was instantly cut apart. Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly with his bamboo cane, sword tip against sword tip, the tip of the bamboo cane accurately tapping on Kong Ping's fingertip. With a flash of red light, the concept of extinction that could sever time and space erupted. Kong Ping's sword-like index and middle fingers suddenly had blood splatter out. The crimson sword beam of the immortal trapping sword became brighter and sharper under the illumination of the blood-red light as it advanced forward. Kong Ping's entire arm was shattered from his fingertips, to his palms, to his wrists, to his elbows, to his shoulders. The splattered blood floated in the air, spreading at an extremely slow speed. It was as if time and space had slowed down, as if everything had frozen. Kong Ping grunted and staggered backward. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "That's not a bad idea. However, even if the two of us were to fight empty-handed, you would still not be my match." At this moment, the heavens and earth in the distance suddenly shook, and a boundless hazy radiance that was like a tide swiftly spread out and arrived in the blink of an eye. "You are Yan Zhaoge?" An aged voice rang out. It was Kong Ping's Grand Master, Shen Lingzi. He had originally been on guard against the sudden interference of Lin Hanhua and the Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners, as he had acted as a contingency plan, patrolling the Royal Reed Sea as he was prepared to reinforce the Spirit Inheritance region or Kong Ping at any time. As he saw it, even if Yan Zhaoge had refined his acupoints to see divinity, stepping into the 4th level of the martial saint realm and also possessing the extreme Yang seal, he still might not be Kong Ping's match. After all, Kong Ping's strength was at the immortal bridge stage. He could attempt to surpass levels and battle experts of the same cultivation level. At the same cultivation realm, even he, Shen Lingzi, wanting to defeat this grand disciple whom he had the highest hopes for would not be easy. However, never would Shen Lingzi have thought that within such a short period of time, Kong Ping would actually be dying beneath Yan Zhaoge's sword. The greatly shocked Shen Lingzi hurried over to save him. He noticed the bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand as well as the dim radiance of the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword that lay by the side. His thoughts spun rapidly as Shen Lingzi had a general guess. While he was shocked and the situation was urgent, Shen Lingzi still calmly did not use the light-in sword seal, instead just relying on his cultivation base to wield the time-flowing sword. Even so, his terrifying strength that was virtually comparable to that of a 9th-level martial saint still caused the heavens and the earth to change color. "Yan Zhaoge, you have foiled the major matters of my generation, killing and wounding many of my descendants. You have been arrogant for long enough." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "A few days ago, you came to trample on my broad Creed Mountain, coming and going as you pleased. Did that make you feel very good?" Facing that terrifying sword light that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly, all-encompassing radiance suddenly appearing above his head. A great golden seal slowly rose into the air, its violent aura resembling the descent of the true sun into the human realm. Golden sunlight simultaneously surged within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, resembling two great suns. The powerful extreme Yang seal erupted with unprecedented radiance as it shot towards Shen Lingzi. As Yan Zhaoge himself was a seeing divinity martial saint, wielding the extreme Yang seal was much more powerful than when he wielded it through the Northern Ocean clone. While he was still unable to unleash the full power of this high-grade sacred artifact, the power of the extreme Yang seal itself still surpassed that of most high-grade sacred artifacts. This was one of the peak existences of sacred artifacts. At its peak, it would be sufficient to slay an expert like Shen Lingzi with a single blow. Currently, its power was not fully unleashed as it was still violent to the extreme. Illuminated by the golden sunlight, it clashed with the all-encompassing sword light, both sides locked in battle. Time flowed, the great sun wanting to set. Golden light illuminated, the great sun seemed like it would forever hang high in the sky. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he would not be able to maintain the extreme yang seal for long even after wielding it to this extent. Still, it was already sufficient for Yan Zhaoge to do other things. After temporarily resisting Shenlingzi with the help of the extreme yang seal, Yan Zhaoge pointed out, yin and yang intermingling as heaven and earth shifted. A portion of Shenlingzi's sword light directly chopped towards Kong Ping. Even though he similarly cultivated in the time-flowing sword, this sword light was still sufficient to pose a lethal threat to the heavily injured Kong Ping. Kong Ping's expression changed as he hurriedly evaded. However, heavily injured, he was not faster than the sword light. Seeing this, Shenlingzi knit his brows tightly. Finally, the light yin sword seal was taken out by him before he pressed it against the surface of the extreme yang seal. This high-grade sacred artifact of his possessed a special effect. Time would be temporarily sealed on people or objects that had been left behind by the sword seal, their strength temporarily sealed. Even a powerful existence like the extreme yang seal would be sealed for an instant. Shenlingzi only needed this instant. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since been waiting for him as he raised the dark green bamboo cane in his hand, a red glow appearing. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge had already arrived before Shenlingzi, striking towards the light yin sword seal. Shenlingzi's gaze flickered as he quickly retracted the light yin sword seal before immediately substituting a sword with his finger, stabbing straight towards Yan Zhaoge himself. While he was even faster than Kong Ping, Yan Zhaoge's immortal trapping sword specifically countered their time-flowing sword. Even though Shenlingzi was stronger, he was still restricted by it. Yan Zhaoge dispelled Shenlingzi's sword light before striking out with the yin-yang finger once more, directing a portion of Shenlingzi's sword light towards Kong Ping. Kong Ping barely managed to receive this sword. "You dare!" Shenlingzi was greatly enraged as he exerted his full strength, jolting the extreme yang seal away. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" He suddenly spun, attacking towards Kong Ping. The immortal trapping sword was connected to the profundities of time and space as it was even faster than the time-flowing sword as Yan Zhaoge arrived before Kong Ping in an instant. Those who kill, will always be killed by others. This applies to everyone. He stabbed out with his sword, already piercing through Kong Ping's body. "To me, to your wife, to you, it is all the same." Kong Ping struggled, wanting to launch a final counterattack. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he raised his palm. Shenlingzi roared furiously, "Yan Zhaoge! Come fight if you have the ability. Don't shout if you don't." Yan Zhaoge's palm descended without any hesitation, shattering Kong Ping's skull with a single palm, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 879. Seeing that the successor that he thought the best of was about to be killed by the enemy right in front of him, Shenlingzi was enraged. He suddenly raised his hand, and a stream of light flew out. The stream of light flew into the sky and quickly spread out, turning into a hazy light dust that enveloped the world. At this moment, the flow of time in this world began to reverse. Reversing light divine stone. Go back in time, reverse time. The heavens and earth before him changed, the bloodstains vanishing as Kong Ping returned to normal, having not been beaten to death by Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge said coldly, "This Yan wants him dead by the third watch, who can keep him alive till the fifth watch?" Wielding the extreme yang seal to obstruct the approaching Shenlingzi, the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand caused numerous mournful streaks of red light to shoot through the horizon. Wherever the red light passed, space was torn apart and time was severed. The hazy light dust formed by the reversal light divine stone was quickly washed away. Only a few red marks were left between heaven and earth, as if they were scars. The mysteriousness of the light dust was forcefully erased. The effect that was being exerted was forcefully stopped. Time passed and everything returned to its original state. A rain of blood erupted from Kong Ping's body once again, and he died. At the end of the day, he had still been slain by Yan Zhaoge right in front of Shen Lingzi. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's sword light break the miraculous effects of the reversal light divine stone and still rampantly slay Kong Ping with a single palm, the originally shocked and enraged Shen Lingzi instead calmed somewhat. The immortal trapping sword, it is actually the prime clear direct lineage's immortal trapping sword, Shen Lingzi said sinisterly. This southeastern Yang Heaven territory is truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Saying thus, Shen Lingzi suddenly flashed his light Yin sword seal, shooting directly towards Yan Zhaoge. He ignored the extreme Yang seal as the target of the light Yin sword seal was actually the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand. This high-grade sacred weapon of Shen Lingzi had another special effect, it could seal other people's sacred weapons. He wanted to try and see, with Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane, who exactly could restrain the other. Yan Zhaoge remained fearless. He raised the dark green bamboo cane in his hand, wielding the immortal trapping sword. Where the red radiance passed, time was shattered, cutting off the flow of time. The immortal trapping sword's light wore down the time sword's light, while the time sword seal's seal at the tip of the dark green bamboo staff collided. A strange seal instantly imprinted on the dark green bamboo stick. The dark green bamboo stick also trembled slightly in midair. The glow of the light Yin sword seal also dimmed a little. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as purple light circulated on the dark green bamboo cane within his hands, the sigil imprinted on its tip instantly becoming faint and faint, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the dark green bamboo cane shook and once again struck the light Yin sword seal. There was a "pa" sound. Shen Lingzi was almost unable to hold the light Yin sword seal tightly. Yan Zhaoge flicked out diagonally, the dark green bamboo cane striking towards the light Yin sword seal once more. What exactly is it? Shen Lingzi's expression was extremely ugly, and he could only helplessly withdraw the light Yin sword seal. The existence of this dark green bamboo cane had previously been mentioned to him by someone of the Grand Xian dynasty. However, an expert of Shen Lingzi's level would naturally not care about a treasure that could restrain a low-grade saint weapon but not a mid-grade saint weapon. However, who would have thought that when Yan Zhaoge made his move this time, this dark green bamboo cane would actually be able to even deal with the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword and the light Yin sword seal? Shen Lingzi inhaled deeply, calming his heart as he unleashed all of his sword Dao cultivation, attacking towards Yan Zhaoge. With a high-grade sacred artifact, he was even more powerful. However, even without a high-grade sacred artifact, he was still an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Also, he was an outstanding mid-immortal bridge martial saint who was virtually able to contend against 9th level martial saints. Currently, Shen Lingzi unleashed his sword light to the maximum. Numerous figures of him appeared between the heavens and the earth, innumerable as they encompassed the entire area, stabbing towards Yan Zhaoge in unison. These figures were not illusory as they were all real. This was Shen Lingzi unleashing the time-flowing sword to the maximum, its speed virtually surpassing the boundaries of time and space as it occupied every single corner of every single moment. In that instant where time differed by a hair's breadth, every single figure was real in that instant which belonged to them. That instant of time was really too short as even immortal bridge martial saints would be hard-pressed to grasp it. Therefore, with so many Shen Lingzis attacking in unison, while there was still a slight difference in timing at the end of the day, in the eyes of the enemy, it was as if they had all attacked simultaneously. Innumerable Shen Lingzi, all real, attacked simultaneously, surrounding and attacking a single person. This was Shen Lingzi's strongest sword as it truly seemed about to shatter space and time, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Facing this sword, Yan Zhaoge only made a single movement. He formed a sword seal with his left hand, wielding the dark green bamboo cane with his right, holding it horizontally before his chest as a sword rose into the air. Infinite red light rose and fell amidst the surrounding space before instantly converging with Yan Zhaoge as its center. Yan Zhaoge brandished his sword, the red sword light about him expanding in all directions. The red light arrived at the outskirts, coming into contact with the numerous figures of Shen Lingzi. Those figures instantly turned illusory from real, resembling illusory illusions which then shattered one by one beneath the sunlight. Only a single real figure remained, attacking before Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's sword collided with Shenlingzi's sword light. Frenzied waves instantly expanded into the surroundings where the two clashed. Shenlingzi's expression was solemn as it had never been before. Your cultivation base is so much lower than mine. Even if the immortal trapping sword counters the time-flowing sword, it should not be like this. Yan Zhaoge's expression was composed. The reason is very simple. Our actual strength is not as great as the gap between our cultivation bases. Supported by the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the vigorous true essence obtained from cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture was regenerated in an endless stream before being supplied to Yan Zhaoge for his attacks. At the very depths of everything, the profundities manifested from the merging of the three purities served as its core and source, unceasingly manifesting miraculous profundities. Even as Yan Zhaoge resisted this supreme sword of Shenlingzi's, the extreme yang seal up above had already smashed downwards towards Shenlingzi's head. Helpless, Shenlingzi could only retreat helplessly. Still, Yan Zhaoge was unforgiving as he struck out with the immortal trapping sword once more. With the assistance of the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme yang seal, Yan Zhaoge sent Shenlingzi of the 8th level of the martial saint realm scurrying all over the place. At this point, however despondent and furious Shenlingzi felt, he could only repress it within his heart. He wanted to wear down Yan Zhaoge. He did not believe that a mid-seeing divinity martial saint could be more powerful than him, a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. However, Yan Zhaoge, who possessed the foundation of peerless, cyclic heavenly, yin-yang and taiji martial arts, was really not much inferior to him in terms of the density of his true essence. In terms of the recovery rate of his true essence, Yan Zhaoge even surpassed him. In the end, Shenlingzi helplessly discovered that he of the 8th level of the martial saint realm was really unable to wear down Yan Zhaoge of the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Such a ridiculous and ludicrous thing that went against all logic just happened to be an indisputable fact. Therefore, a shocking scene that was destined to be recorded down in the annals of the Royal Reed Sea and even the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and even the world beyond worlds history appeared. Sword in hand, Yan Zhaoge pursued Shenlingzi, who was a sword cultivator of the 8th level of the martial saint realm and whose strength was comparable to that of a 9th level martial saint, slaughtering his way all the way from the southern to the western seas of the Royal Reed Sea, no one able to stop him. Where his sword passed, it swept through everything before it. The two of them continued their pursuit, soon arriving in the vicinity of the spirit inheritance region. Continued to be. Chapter 880. Shenlingzi cultivated the time-flowing sword. The speed of his sword light was extremely fast. However, being entangled by Yan Zhaoge's immortal trapping sword, he was completely unable to increase his speed. It would still be fine if it was just Yan Zhaoge's attacks. The problem was that Yan Zhaoge was executing the immortal trapping sword whilst also wielding the extreme yang seal. Faced with such a combination, Shenlingzi, who was unable to use the light yin sword seal, was powerless to resist. He only felt that it was ridiculous. As an exalted immortal bridge martial saint who was able to fully wield the power of a high-grade sacred artifact, he was currently only able to face his enemy with his bare fists. Yet, his opponent, a seeing divinity martial saint, was pursuing him relentlessly with a high-grade sacred artifact. What was even more infuriating was that he was not like some immortal bridge martial saints who did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact. He had a high-grade sacred weapon and more than one mid-grade sacred weapon with him. The light yin sword seal was not an ordinary high-grade sacred artifact, but it could not be used against an enemy. Otherwise, it would have ended up like the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. That had originally been his accompanying sword, which had been passed down to Kong Ping and the other descendants. In the end, it had been knocked down by Yan Zhaoge before he had kept it in the Myriad Dragon Palace neither hurriedly nor slowly. This feeling could no longer be described as depressing, it was simply vexing. Fighting all the way from the South Sea to the West Sea, Shenlingzi was already covered in wounds. A single injury was not serious, but as it accumulated, coupled with the fact that he had not had the time to suppress and treat his injuries, Shenlingzi was already starting to feel like he could not take it anymore. This further affected his strength and speed, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Shenlingzi had already calmed down by now. Although his heart was filled with oppressive anger and hatred, his thoughts were clear. He did not return to the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty. In that case, he would be safe with the help of the capital's grand formation. Still, things would be bad for Daoist Shi and King Xuancheng, who were still in the Spirit Inheritance region. Yan Zhaoge had killed his way back to the Spirit Inheritance region and was caught in a pincer attack by those of Broad Creed Mountain. Shenlingzi had hurried all the way from the South Sea to the Spirit Inheritance region of the West Sea precisely so that he could rendezvous with Daoist Shi and King Xuancheng. When the time comes, everyone's strength will be gathered to plot a backup plan. With Daoist Shi, a formation expert, as backup, there was a possibility of turning the tables. While he had been pursued by Yan Zhaoge along the way, having paid a considerable price, seeing that the Spirit Inheritance region was within sight now, his initial goal having been achieved, Shenlingzi still heaved a sigh of relief slightly. As they neared, they saw Daoist Shi's Heaven-Earth Divination Formation currently enveloping the Spirit Inheritance region as it battled with Broad Creed Mountain's Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Within the formation, other than King Xuancheng, Daoist Shi and the Grand Xian dynasty experts, there was clearly another person present. It was a middle-aged scholar with a crown of stars on his head. With a wave of his hand, he could pluck the stars and catch the moon. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, a late immortal bridge martial saint. His target was also Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing this scene, Shenlingzi was completely at ease. With this person also being enemies with Broad Creed Mountain, Shenlingzi had sufficient confidence in turning the tables on them. While Yan Zhaoge's strength surpassed the limits of his cultivation base, being able to beat Shenlingzi to the point of only being able to flee aside from his high-grade sacred artifact, it was also thanks to the immortal trapping sword that countered the time-flowing sword. When both of them were in peak condition, Guan Lide was actually not much stronger than Shenlingzi. Yet, the martial arts that Guan Lide cultivated in were not countered by the immortal trapping sword like the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. Shenlingzi just had to switch opponents with Guan Lide and victory would immediately be reversed. At this point, Shenlingzi felt at ease as all his despondency and hatred seemed about to be alleviated. On the battlefield of the Spirit Inheritance region, everyone sensed Shenlingzi and Yan Zhaoge approaching one after the other. While they were rather puzzled as to why Kong Ping was nowhere to be seen and rather shocked that Shenlingzi actually seemed to be unable to defeat Yan Zhaoge, in the midst of a fierce battle, they did not think too much about it. Daoist Shi circulated the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, preparing to receive Shenlingzi within as well as obstruct Yan Zhaoge from behind. Now, Yan Zhaoge, who was in pursuit of Shenlingzi, abruptly accelerated. His internal organs, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, vaguely lit up with five-colored light as well. The light circulated, all converging towards his liver. There, it formlessly manifested, finally completely transforming into flames. A divinity of flame that sat within Yan Zhaoge's liver opened its eyes at this moment. The fiery red light of thunder surged. After the five elements creation thunder had split into five, the blazing flames and blazing thunder that Yan Zhaoge grasped congregated here as well before detonating the infinite chi of fire here. A violent, explosive force was born at this moment, causing Yan Zhaoge's speed and strength to soar madly within a short period of time. He stabbed out with the immortal trapping sword, traversing space as he arrived directly behind Shenlingzi. If the other party dared to not halt, Yan Zhaoge would stab straight through him. Shenlingzi inhaled deeply, swiveling and striking out with his sword, blocking Yan Zhaoge's attack. The extreme Yang seal smashed down simultaneously from above. Shenlingzi exerted all his might, barely avoiding this attack once more. However, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he suddenly punched towards Shenlingzi with his left hand. As his fist descended, the heavens and earth before Shenlingzi's eyes seemed to suddenly turn dim, radiance being extinguished. A speck of light suddenly lit up amidst that boundless primordial darkness, bright and pure. That was precisely Yan Zhaoge's fist. As his fist was completely punched out, Yan Zhaoge's left hand seemed to have been split into two by a formless boundary. One half shone with bright radiance, glistening with life, while the other was merged within the dim darkness, hard to see. However, gazing over, Shenlingzi saw that the surface of that fist seemed to be covered by a layer of dim radiance, not bright, not dazzling, as it was all blurry. It actually contained some signs of chaos. Shenlingzi immediately recognized its origins: the dim radiant emperor's martial art, the dim radiant 12 arts. Having connected the immortal trapping sword and the extreme yang seal, he had already been a spent force. Now, he could only summon his remaining courage, shielding himself with his sword light as he forcibly resisted this fist of Yan Zhaoge's. Just having come into contact with that fist of chaos, the sword light immediately dissipated. It was not broken through like it had been against the immortal trapping sword, instead directly dissipating into nothingness. Shenlingzi had long since been prepared for this. He knew that the dim radiant emperor's dim radiant 12 arts touched upon the principles of infinite chaos somewhat. However, it would be impossible for him to completely dissipate his sword light with the dim radiant 12 arts. Amidst his thoughts, Shenlingzi suddenly discovered that the power of chaos contained within Yan Zhaoge's fist far surpassed his imagination. The chaos expanded, extinguishing all. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and earth had opened at this moment, the myriad scenes no longer existing. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. That existence that seemed to be able to contain all things, to create and extinguish all things, unceasingly destroyed the sword light of the time-flowing sword. The next moment, the chaos mightily exploded. It was as though the universe had opened once more. The violent force instantly pierced through Shenlingzi's protective sword light, mightily slamming onto his body. Even with Shenlingzi's high cultivation base and shocking strength, he was still unable to withstand this blow head-on against his vitals. A lofty 8th-level martial saint expert spat out a mouthful of blood in reverse, spraying into the air. Shenlingzi, receive another of my great shattering brightness fist. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his attacks, retracting the chaos as the power of light and darkness was born. The boundless darkness retreated, transforming completely into immeasurable brightness. Amidst the brightness, 12 heavenly wheels circulated amidst space, resembling 12 divinities of radiance as they illuminated the infinite space. The next moment, the incarnations of the 12 gods of light shattered together. Infinite brightness shattered. A power reached its peak before shattering to the point where it no longer existed. It was not that darkness had reappeared at the end of the radiance. Instead, the simultaneous destruction of the Taos of light and darkness brought about a boundless, terrifying tribulation that was infinitely great. Yan Zhaoge cultivated in the dim radiant 12 arts and integrated the essence of the peerless heavenly scripture within, creating his own martial art, the great shattering brightness fist. Beneath a single fist, yin and yang ceased to exist, all creation extinguished. The violent force directly punched a massive, bloodied hole through the center of Shenlingzi's body. Let alone Daoist Shi, King Xuancheng and the others, even Guan Lide was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he saw this. Chapter 881. After having battled intensely for a long time, Shenlingzi believed that he already had a sufficient understanding of Yan Zhaoge's methods. He knew that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal trapping sword, possibly even the immortal ending sword. He discovered that Yan Zhaoge seemed to have cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture and yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear direct lineage, even having some hints of the life creation heavenly scripture within. He sensed that while Yan Zhaoge was unable to exert its full power when wielding a supreme treasure like the extreme yang seal, it was still very much like he had truly obtained the direct lineage of the exalted solar luminary. He also knew that there was definitely something wrong with Yan Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for a high-grade sacred artifact like the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword to be suppressed so easily. Even though the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword had been knocked out of his hand and virtually ownerless at that time. Therefore, other than guarding against the dark green bamboo cane and the extreme yang seal, he was also guarding against the myriad dragon palace. Shenlingzi had even remained vigilant in case Yan Zhaoge was able to wield that legendary immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor. While it felt completely impossible, Yan Zhaoge had already done too many impossible things as he had no choice but to be careful. Still, he had not thought that all of this had been Yan Zhaoge's preparations for this moment. Having fought all the way from the South Sea to the West Sea, all the techniques that should have been used had already been used, as they even had the feeling of getting used to it. As the swords clashed, everyone knew what techniques the other party would use in response. While Shenlingzi had been beaten badly by Yan Zhaoge along the way, he still had the confidence of successfully joining up with Daoist Shi and the others. However, just as he had arrived in the Spirit Inheritance region and seen Guanlide, Daoist Shi, King Xuancheng and the others, just having felt hope of turning the tables, Yan Zhaoge suddenly unleashed a killing blow. This blow directly consigned Shenlingzi to eternal damnation. He had first been struck by the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture, breaking through his protective swordlight and injuring his chest. He had then followed up with a grand shattering brightness fist at the exact same spot, directly punching a large hole through Shenlingzi's chest from front to back. Shenlingzi's flesh, blood, bones and internal organs had all been shattered into smithereens. While Shenlingzi of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm did not cultivate in martial arts like the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture or the Longevity Martial Scripture, his life force was still extremely powerful. Despite having been so injured, he had not immediately perished. But the shadow of death had already shrouded his heart. Looking at Broad Creed Mountain in the distance, when he had come here previously, while he had been defeated and had not been able to breach Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters, he had never thought that this would be the place where his bones would be buried. Shenlingzi gazed rather laboriously at Yan Zhaoge, finding it hard to believe that he would actually die at the hands of a 5th-level martial saint one day. However, after punching out, Yan Zhaoge immediately retracted his fist, not even looking at the results of his punch as he directly shot towards Broad Creed Mountain. Shenlingzi widened his eyes. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty all watched in shock as their strongest expert, Shenlingzi, was actually heavily injured by a junior of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. In front of everyone, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suffered a crushing defeat and was about to lose his life. While they had already witnessed Yan Di's strength, everyone was still inexplicably shocked at this moment. And at this moment, Yan Zhaoge directly abandoned the heavily injured Shenlingzi, killing over to King Xuancheng like a tempestuous storm. Because the scene before him was too unexpected, King Xuancheng was also momentarily stunned. However, he immediately regained his wits. Just as he was about to head over to assist Shenlingzi, he had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually directly change his target over here. Giving Shenlingzi a fatal blow here was not just to numb him earlier, but also to make use of Shenlingzi's defeat to shock the others of the Grand Xian dynasty. For veteran experts like Daoist Shi and King Xuancheng who had experienced countless battles, no matter how shocking something was, they would still be able to recover in an instant. However, just this one instant was already sufficient for Yan Zhaoge. The extreme Yang seal slammed down towards King Xuancheng with the momentum of the sky collapsing. While King Xuancheng's mid-grade sacred artifact spear had been broken by Yan Di, its influence was limited. He decisively substituted a spear with his fist, executing his supreme martial arts in blocking the mighty blow of the extreme Yang seal. At the same time, however, Yan Zhaoge raised his bamboo cane high, drawing an arc through the air. Then, he swung it in a full circle, striking towards King Xuancheng. Seeing the bamboo cane, King Xuancheng seemed to think of something. However, the situation did not permit him to hesitate as he immediately stimulated the 5 Fires 7 Foul armor on his body to defend. Yet, as the bamboo cane descended, the all-encompassing flames were instantly extinguished. The silhouettes of the 7 Fouls collapsed one after another. The radiance of the high-grade sacred artifact, the 5 Fires 7 Foul armor, instantly dimmed. Having gained the upper hand, Yan Zhaoge did not spare him as the dark green bamboo cane in his hand came smashing downwards in rapid succession. At the same time, he executed a cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand, bolstering the extreme Yang seal with his extreme Yang seal, causing its momentum to grow even more violent. A short moment later, King Xuanqing understood why Shenlingzi had been beaten to the point of having bumps all over his head earlier. As he counterattacked, Yan Zhaoge used the extreme Yang seal to negate a portion of his power before lightly tapping out with his yin yang finger. King Xuanqing's attack instantly changed direction, instead helping Yan Zhaoge block Daoist Shi's attack. Struck by the dark green bamboo cane, the flames of the five fires' seven-foul armor were extinguished, its radiance dissipating as it virtually seemed about to disintegrate on its own. Yan Zhaoge struck out with the extreme Yang seal once more, causing King Xuanqing to nearly plummet from midair. Seeing this scene, the star-plucking practitioner Guanlai too felt greatly shocked. Is that Yan Zhaoge? King Xuanqing aside, while Shenlingzi was an 8th-level martial saint, he had the ability to challenge Guanlai of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Now, however, he had virtually died at Yan Zhaoge's hands. How could Guanlai not be shocked? The dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand caused Guanlai's eyelids to twitch. What exactly is that thing? An immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor? It doesn't look like it. On Broad Creed Mountain, everyone smiled before roaring towards the heavens in unison. Led by Yen Di, the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation directly rose into the air, switching from defense to offense. Bolstered by the Grand Formation, wherever Yen Di's saber passed, saber chi that could topple mountains and overturn seas hacked unceasingly towards Guanlai. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge gave up on King Xuanqing now, gazing at Daoist Shi. Having just rescued the heavily injured Shenlingzi, Daoist Shi instantly felt a chill run down his spine as Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. You must be Daoist Shi. Your attainments and formations are truly superb. With that, the immortal trapping sword moved, red light appearing all around. This sword not only hacked through time, it hacked through space as well. The Heaven-Earth Divination Formation was a supreme formation that could shift space. However, it was precisely because of this that the immortal trapping sword was able to deal with it even more easily. If one was not proficient in formations, even if one was proficient in the immortal trapping sword, it would still not be an easy thing to break through the Taiyi Imperial Breaking Formation and the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation. However, this problem did not exist for Yan Zhaoge. His true body was here now, and his attainments and formations could only be higher than Daoist Shi's. Consecutively seizing the position of Grand Unity, Yan Zhaoge's immortal trapping sword hacked through space as the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation before him instantly showed signs of collapsing. Daoist Shi was greatly shocked. Immortal trapping sword? You! Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly as he had already arrived. With a single sword, he first ended the heavily injured and dying Shenlingzi who could only await his death. Shenlingzi's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as his head was separated from his body, flying straight into the horizon. Chapter 882. Shenlingzi, who had rampaged through the Royal Reed Sea in the past and had recently returned, sweeping through the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island and the Dim Darkness Sect, lording over the Royal Reed Sea like a heavenly tribulation, had been slain by Yan Zhaoge at Broad Creed Mountain today. Yan Zhaoge roared, his movements not ceasing in the slightest as he raised his hand and struck out with another cyclic heavenly seal towards Daoist Shi. Radiance lit up on Daoist Shi's body as numerous formations directly flew out. The spirit patterns rapidly expanded amidst space, obscuring the sky as they overlapped and protected him beneath. Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane moved, his sword technique changing as he switched freely between the immortal trapping sword and the immortal ending sword. The immortal trapping sword that hacked through space instantly transformed into the immortal ending sword that extinguished all things. The red glow vanished, white chi surging. Where the dense white immortal ending sword chi passed, it was like a hot knife through butter as those numerous layers of grand formations instantly began collapsing all at once. Yan Zhaoge's palms struck towards the heavens, instantly reducing those shattered spirit patterns to dust. While the cyclone turtle beneath Daoist Shi felt fear, it still rose up, helping Daoist Shi to resist with its thick shell. Black and red light flickered, transforming into numerous mists of light which collectively formed a massive turtle shell barrier that possessed shocking defensive power. Yet, as Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, dense cracks instantly appeared on the turtle shell barrier. Open! Yan Zhaoga roared, exerting force once more as a majestic force that could overturn the heavens and earth pressured that turtle shell barrier to the point of shattering bit by bit. The incomparably terrifying cyclic heavenly seal officially slammed mightily onto the back of the cyclone turtle. The sturdy turtle shell shook, yet did not immediately break apart. Still, that cyclone turtle emitted a tragic wail, blood spurting from all its orifices. Yan Zhaoga laughed, flying up as he no longer bothered with that old turtle. King Xuancheng sorted out his thoughts now and hurried over. While the 5 Fire's 7 Foul armor had been greatly damaged and could not continue battling, King Xuancheng still mustered up his courage and rushed over to assist Daoist Shi. Without the advantage of the formation, Daoist Shi's strength was extremely limited, as even he Dongcheng and Gu Zhang might not be able to compare to him. Yan Zhaoga smiled strangely, not clashing with King Xuancheng as he instead expanded the immortal trapping sword. Meanwhile, the terrifying saber aura of Yan Di that cleaved the heavens and split the earth frenziedly struck towards King Xuancheng and Daoist Shi like the pressure of Mount Tai. Yan Zhaoga's figure flickered as he helped Yan Di block the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide. I don't have any more immortal artifacts, but I have something else to entertain you with. Yan Zhaoga looked at the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide and chuckled. Guan Lide gazed at Yan Zhaoga. You are Yan Zhaoga. You are indeed extraordinary. However, you are still far from being able to grasp the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor. He opened his palm and waved his fingers. It was as if countless stars had streaked across the sky. Every star orbit had its own unique pattern and trajectory. It was extremely graceful. Although Guan Lide had relied on his superior cultivation to suppress his opponent, his martial arts weren't as reckless and unreasonable as they seemed. His ultimate technique, the star-plucking hand, was both majestic and ingenious. As the stars swirled, the void around Guan Lide seemed to transform into the void of the universe itself. That person who cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture was indeed powerful. Even if I wanted to defeat him, it would not have been easy. Guan Lide said coldly, still, if you think that you can defeat me just because you can kill him, you are really getting ahead of yourself. I will not be countered by your immortal trapping sword. Yan Zhaoga's dark green bamboo cane was about to strike the Dawn Star Prime Sun crown on his head. Yet, Guan Lide's figure became hard to discern. The red sword glow of the immortal trapping sword flickered everywhere. Yet, the all-encompassing starlight joined together, keeping Yan Zhaoga at bay. Numerous shooting stars descended from the sea of stars, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they shot towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga's sword technique changed, the immortal trapping sword turning into the immortal ending sword. Where the white sword chi passed, those shooting stars were extinguished one after another. The extreme yang seal hung high in the sky, resembling the center of the universe even amidst this sea of stars. Still, amidst the shifting of the heavens, golden starlight to the extreme surged, blocking the path of the extreme yang seal. It was precisely the radiance of Guan Lide's high-grade sacred artifact, the Dawn Star Prime Sun Crown. Guan Lide's voice seemed to resound everywhere, that bamboo cane of yours is unable to hit my Dawn Star Prime Sun Crown. Even if you possess a supreme treasure like the extreme yang seal, you are unable to exert its power to the maximum. What can you do to me? Amidst his words, the all-encompassing sea of stars was gradually dyed with a layer of gold. Where the golden meteor shower passed, the entire surrounding space was riddled with holes. This was the might of a late immortal bridge martial saint who was wielding a high-grade sacred artifact, domineering to the extreme. While it was a large-scale attack, any one of the golden meteors could slay an expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Under the descent of such a large-scale meteor shower, even an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm who did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact would not be able to withstand it. I pity you and your father for being heaven-defying geniuses who did not cultivate. Let me point out a clear path for you. Guan Lide said mildly, if you cultivate in the immortal exterminating 4 swords, there will be no place in the world beyond worlds for you. Give me the immortal artifact as soon as possible and flee for your life. Yan Zhaoge smiled, retracting the extreme yang seal above his head as he expanded a screen of sunlight, blocking the mighty attack of the golden meteor shower. Both sides wielded the power of extreme yang as they clashed unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge executed the supreme martial arts of the immortal ending sword, coordinating with the extreme yang seal as he met Guanlide's attack. Those who dare offend my broad creed mountain today can forget about leaving, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Is it still important whether or not I cultivate in the immortal exterminating four swords? He executed the yin-yang finger with his left hand, shifting that descending golden meteor from the sky towards King Xuancheng and Daoist Shi. There, having lost the 5 fires 7 foul armor and the cyclone tortoise, the 2 Grand Xian dynasty ancestors were already in a perilous situation as they faced Yan Di's heaven-shocking, earth-shaking attacks. The Tai Imperial breaking formation swept through the heavens and the earth, seeking to seal off even their path of retreat. Guanlide rebuked, Junior who does not know the immensity of the heavens and the heavens. He made a grabbing motion with his palm, the stars circulating as they resisted Yan Zhaoge's yin-yang finger. This was a variation of the Big Dipper shifting stars of his star-plucking palm, being similar to the yin-yang finger to a certain extent. While it was not as intricate as the yin-yang finger, Guanlide's cultivation base far surpassed Yan Zhaoge's as he controlled the myriad stars to resist the effects of the yin-yang finger. At the same time, the river of stars circulated, actually wanting to shake the extreme yang seal, causing it to deviate from the top of Yan Zhaoge's head. A dense rain of stars rotated in the sky, forming a massive vortex that glowed with starlight. Where the vortex passed, it devoured and destroyed all as it swept through the heavens and the earth. Time and space seemed to have already lost all meaning at this moment. Guanlide of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm exerted his full strength with this strike, wanting to take down Yan Zhaoge as soon as possible. Otherwise, after Yan Di had finished off King Xuancheng's group, they would join forces with Yan Zhaoge to deal with him. Guanlide could already see that after forcibly resisting King Xuancheng's spear with the 5 elements deific immortal body, the heavenly dragon saber in Yan Di's hand viciously hacked down on King Xuancheng's body. But Guanlide simultaneously struck out with both hands, that terrifying vortex of a sea of stars mightily descending towards Yan Zhaoge. I am faster. The vortex of a sea of stars mightily exploded upon arriving above Yan Zhaoge's head. It was as if the myriad stars had converged, distorted to the extreme as they devoured all existences amidst space before being destroyed altogether. That shocking power actually vaguely contained the terrifying momentum of chaos being extinguished, the Big Bang of the universe. A cold light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. He chuckled, you won't be able to escape this time. Yan Zhaoge directly kept the dark green bamboo cane, extending his palms towards the top of his head. Chapter 883. Light and darkness intermingled between Yan Zhaoge's palms, chaos vaguely visible. At the same time, rays of white light soared into the sky. The power of Broad Creed Mountain's Tai Imperial breaking formation was fully bolstered by Yan Zhaoge. Bolstered by the formation, Yan Zhaoge combined his palms with the dim radiant 12 arts as the exterior and the peerless heavenly scripture as the interior, blocking the great explosion of the vortex of stars before him. At this moment, the primal chaos was restrained. Everything collapsed towards a single point before returning to nothingness. At this instant, Guanlide's figure was temporarily frozen in place. His palm force was entangled with Yan Zhaoge's true essence, unable to advance or retreat. Although it was only for a moment, Guanlide immediately felt that something was wrong. However, before he could change his stance, purple light suddenly appeared within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Yan Zhaoge gazed coldly at Guanlide, the purple light of thunder first appearing within his right eye. Next was the left eye. Then the whole body. At this moment, the world suddenly darkened. At this moment, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of thunder exploding out. There seemed to be an endless, incalculable amount of terrifying thunder and lightning, all burning, exploding, and blossoming in an instant. It was the technique of an instant's thunder. At this moment, not only had the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within Yan Zhaoge's right eye completely erupted. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge himself, his entire body's vigorous true essence also completely blazed at this instant. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, the eruption of the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment already did not consume much of his strength. After the sacred artifact fragment had erupted, it would enter a deep slumber, but it would no longer affect Yan Zhaoge's own strength. Now, however, it was not just the sacred artifact fragment. Yan Zhaoge himself had also unleashed an instant's thunder, striking out with all his might. Even the heavenly book of Yin Yang, the Taiji Yin Yang palm, and finger-flicking shocking thunder were unable to make up for this kind of explosive power in a short period of time. After this strike, Yan Zhaoge's essence, qi, and spirit would be greatly weakened. With this as the price, he would be able to exchange it for a powerful attack. The terrifying lightning formed a magnificent pillar of light that was dazzling. At this moment, it became the only source of light in the world. The power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was completely bolstered by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's palm abruptly changed, transforming into the immortal ending sword. With the help of the formation and the eruption of an instant's thunder, Yan Zhaoge had been a half-step faster than Guanlide in changing his moves. However, this half a step was the difference between heaven and earth. The terrifying sword intent of exterminating all things and ending all creation manifested. The burning power of an instant's thunder was completely converted into celestial slashing sword qi at this moment. A vast expanse of white sword qi filled the air. Yan Zhaoge held nothing back in this battle as he executed the strongest sword that he had executed ever since he had cultivated in the immortal ending sword manual. The boundless sword qi converged and condensed into a single line. An incomparably concentrated line of power. It was even faster than the normal immortal extinguishing sword qi. Even Guanlide, who had already sensed it, was half a step too late. The brutal sword qi directly pierced through the vortex of the sea of stars above Yan Zhaoge's head that was currently exploding, heading straight for Guanlide himself. Guanlide raised his hand to block, but the sword qi was still like a hot knife through butter, piercing through that palm that could pluck the stars and the moon. Guanlide let out a miserable groan. But not a single drop of blood splashed. The flesh and blood around his wound was directly vaporized into nothingness by the sword qi, leaving nothing behind at all. The white sword qi did not cease in its momentum as after piercing through Guanlide's palm, it pierced through his chest. Guanlide clenched his teeth, stimulating his true essence with specks of starlight lighting up and congregating around his wound as he wanted to temporarily suppress it. Yet, as the starlight came into contact with the wound created by the white sword qi, it instantly dissipated, only the injured area resembling shattered porcelain as it continued spreading bit by bit into the surroundings. Guanlide was shocked and enraged as he wielded his Dawn Star Prime Sun Crown, a streak of bright golden starlight shooting straight towards Yan Zhaoge. While Yan Zhaoge was currently extremely weak, he still controlled the extreme Yang seal to help him block the attack of the Dawn Star Prime Sun Crown. Seeing this, Guanlide felt even more despondent and furious. Never would he have thought that he, an exalted late immortal bridge martial saint, would actually suffer such a huge loss at Yan Zhaoge's hands. Yet, he dared not linger any longer. He was currently severely injured. Meanwhile, Yan Di, who had slain King Xuanqing, was now heavily wounding Daoist Shi. While Daoist Shi could still establish other powerful formations besides the Heaven-Earth Divination formation, they were all hard-pressed to stand against Yan Di's peerless might. Without the Cyclone Turtle protecting him, Daoist Shi was even harder pressed to execute his techniques. Yan Di was similarly paying attention to the battle situation over at Yan Zhaoge's side at all times. After heavily wounding Daoist Shi with a saber, he inhaled deeply, shooting into the skies as he replaced Yan Zhaoge in attacking Guanlide. The saber descended unceasingly, resembling infinite tides as the heavily injured Guanlide was unable to extricate himself as he could only rely on his Dawn Star Prime Sun Crown to defend against it. This high-grade sacred artifact of his was strong in attack but weak in defense in the first place. Now that Yan Di had seized the initiative, he was instantly suppressed to the point where he could not even raise his head. Yan Zhaoge laughed, flicking his hand as the dark green bamboo cane was thrown out. The Northern Ocean clone caught the bamboo cane, not standing on ceremony as he slammed it down fiercely towards Guanlide's head. Guanlide was infuriated to the point of seething with rage. While the Northern Ocean clone was weaker than Yen Zhaoge himself, the dark green bamboo cane in his hand was still forcefully clashing with his Dawn Star Prime Sun crown. Heavily injured, Guanlide could only barely contend with Yen Di's saber. Currently, he was unable to rely on the agility of his martial arts to deal with it as he had earlier, allowing the Dawn Star Prime Sun crown to evade Yen Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane. He could only watch helplessly on as his Dawn Star Prime Sun crown was struck by that strange dark green bamboo cane, its starlight dimming. The high-grade sacred artifact, the Dawn Star Prime Sun crown, was still fine. Even the mid-grade sacred artifact of his had been directly destroyed by a single strike of the bamboo cane. Even when Shenlingzi had died earlier, Guanlide had only been shocked and puzzled. Still, he had remained confident in his own strength. Even though the strength of Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di far surpassed his expectations, in Guanlide's mind, the worst possible outcome would be him not being able to obtain the immortal artifact that he could only dream of. Apart from that, he really could not think of any other outcome. Now, however, this peak expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm truly felt the threat of death looming over him. A sect that did not even have an immortal bridge Martial Saint. In Guanlide's memories, such a power was something that he could destroy with a flip of his palm. Such as the Dim Darkness sect. The lineage of the Dim Radiance sect had existed for many years. However, if not for Lin Hanhua's interference, they would have been directly exterminated by him back then. Today, however, they had kicked a metal plate here at Broad Creed Mountain. The Dawn Star Prime Sun crown was finally knocked off by Yen Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane. Yen Di's heaven-shocking saber rose once more. The heavily injured Guanlide was unable to withstand it as one of his arms was directly chopped off, sent flying into the sky. Gazing hatefully over, Guanlide saw that Yen Zhaoge had long since descended, having retreated completely back into the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Currently, Yen Zhaoge was leisurely meditating under their protection, recovering his vitality. Seeing Guanlide gazing over, Yen Zhaoge smiled and waved towards him as he chuckled, "This senior, it looks like with your abilities, even if I give the immortal artifact to you, you will not be able to keep it for long. Since that is so, you should keep it with me for now." Chapter 884. Knowing that his time had come, he smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that I, Guan Yu, am going to fail miserably today." However, he glared at Yen Zhaoge, "Kid, don't be in such a rush to be smug, I'll be waiting for you down below." Yen Zhaoge smiled, "Waiting for me for what?" Guanlide's gaze swept across the world. He saw a white line between the heavens and the earth. The mark was still there. It was as if the world had been slashed by a sword mark. It was precisely Yen Zhaoge's earlier immortal ending sword. Exterminating all living things, leaving a wound in the heavens and earth that wouldn't disappear for a long time. This sword was too powerful as even Guanlide, who was a late immortal bridge martial saint, had been wounded. The sword intent of the 4 swords of numinous treasure was vividly displayed. This place was located at the western borders of the Royal Reed Sea, not far from where the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory intersected. As Broad Creed Mountain was currently engaged in a great battle, experts of Golden Court Mountain and Wutong Slope were currently engaged in a tragic battle there as well. If it was said that they had noticed the ripples caused by their earlier clash but were temporarily unable to divert their attention to it, then that sword of Yen Zhaoge's just now would have been hard to not notice even if they did not want to. Even if the situation was tense and they couldn't spare anyone to investigate, someone would definitely come over later. This sword scar was like a wound of the heavens and earth. It was not something that could be healed in a short time. Following Guanlide's gaze, Yen Zhaoge chuckled. He looked smilingly at Guanlide. "I too had never thought that the star-plucking practitioner whose name shakes the southeast would actually be of the prime clear direct lineage. This is truly unexpected." Guanlide's eyes widened. But the evidence is conclusive. We have no choice but to believe it." Yan Zhaoge pointed at that sword scar, smiling, "Since we have discovered it, my fellow disciples and I will naturally abide by the earthly sovereign's decree and slay you of the prime clear direct lineage. The truth is just that simple." Guanlide roared, "What a good Yan Zhaoge! What a good way to misrepresent a deer as a horse, actually trying to frame me. Do you think Chao Jia will be so easily fooled by you?" Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "I have never thought of deceiving the Southeastern Exalt. As long as I can account to those outside of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, that will be enough. Instead, it is you who has repeatedly gone against the Southeastern Exalt's wishes, even going against him in broad daylight. How much of that bit of camaraderie do you think is left with the two of you now?" Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Guanlide suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, shooting straight to his head. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, saying calmly, "If you obtained an immortal artifact from me, the Southeastern Exalt might not pursue this matter. If you were slain by me, the Southeastern Exalt would also not pursue this matter." He looked at Guanlide and smiled again. "Just now, if you didn't try to kill me with your full strength, and instead chose to run away immediately, you actually had a chance to escape unscathed. But you ruined that chance. You've killed yourself. If you don't die, who will?" Guanlide felt a chill in his heart, and the other cold blade was already at the top of his head. Yan Di's saber. With his father making a move, Yan Zhaoge no longer looked over at Guanlide. As he had said, Guanlide originally had a chance to escape. At the end of the day, he was a true 9th-level martial saint, also possessing a high-grade sacred artifact as he was not countered by the immortal trapping sword like Shenlingzi and Kong Ping had been. If such a peak expert did not want to fight to the death, instead wholeheartedly seeking to escape, there would not be many in the entire Southeastern Yang Heaven territory who would be able to keep him there. Sadly for him, he had still misjudged the situation, misjudged Yan Zhaoge's strength. With this mistake, there was no turning back. Feeling his weakness, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. It was not like when he had clashed with the disciple of the Eastern Exalt's lineage, Xiang Yang, when executing an instant's thunder. This time, Yan Zhaoge had also unleashed an instant's thunder to the maximum. Even with his deep foundation, it had still been greatly drained. Still, because he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, he was still not completely out of energy. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed into the distance, grinning. There was a figure that was currently fleeing swiftly into the distance. The chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Having been captured by Guanlide, Guanlide had been heavily injured as his control over his power was no longer as exquisite. After heavily injuring Luo Ziyuan, the Wild Starlight had also released his restraints. Having obtained his freedom, Luo Ziyuan ignored his injuries as he hurriedly fled into the distance. Having personally witnessed Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Yan Di as well as those of Broad Creed Mountain battling against Guanlide, Shenlingzi, King Xuancheng and Daoist Shi, Luo Ziyuan only had a single thought at this moment. The further away from this Broad Creed Mountain, the better. His previous hatred, unwillingness, gloominess and suffocation gradually transformed into despair at this moment. The current Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were not things he could currently stand against. Remaining behind would be akin to smashing an egg against a rock, seeking his own death. While Luo Ziyuan did not lack courage and decisiveness, he definitely did not want to send himself to his death without any hope at all. Where there is life, there is hope. If I remain alive, I will definitely be able to exact my revenge one day. Luo Ziyuan repeated this thought over and over again. Still, with the terrifying rate of development that Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had displayed over the past few years, would he and the Radiant Light sect really be able to exact their revenge in a few more years? The gap would probably only be greater. It was not that Luo Ziyuan did not understand this principle. Still, he could not think about it. Otherwise, endless despair would completely drown him, destroying his will. Now, however, a figure flickered, rampantly blocking Luo Ziyuan's path. Gazing over, Luo Ziyuan saw that it was precisely Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Holding the King Xian spear behind his back, the Northern Ocean clone said calmly, "That year, before this Yen had become a martial saint, I found a way to come to this world beyond worlds from the Eight Extremities world because of your sect and the Sacred Sun clan. 4 years ago, I saw off Zhang Chao at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region. Now, I see you off, Chief Luo. The enmity between my broad Creed Mountain and your sect shall be settled here today. Saying thus, the Northern Ocean clone shook the King Xian spear in his hand, stabbing towards Luo Ziyuan. Heavily injured and having also lost the sun-moon wheels, how could Luo Ziyuan block this spear now? As the shadow of death loomed over him, he could not help but feel regret for the first time. If I had not listened to the Sacred Sun clan's bewitchment in the past, not coveting the extreme Yin crown and the extreme Yang seal, perhaps there would not have been such a tribulation today. If this Yen Zhaoge had tried to bury the hatchet after coming to the world beyond worlds, perhaps he would not have fallen to such a state now. Sadly for him, all of this was impossible. As a major power of the world beyond worlds, their strength was sufficient to sweep through any lower world. Knowing that a lower world possessed treasures like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown, how could they not be tempted? A mere sect of a lower world dared to stand in their way. How could they not casually exterminate them? The other party had slain several martial saint experts of their sect. Back then, he had merely been a junior who had yet to step into the martial saint realm. Yet, he had actually dared to come to the world beyond worlds. If they were not slain, how would they be able to appease the masses of their sect? Luo Ziyuan felt that his decisions had not been wrong. Still, his past experiences had all been wrong in the end. Yen Zhaoge said indifferently, "You are the same as Guan lied." If he had not spread news of the dim radiant will, Luo Ziyuan would not have been targeted by Guan Lied, having been captured and brought to the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. After having escaped from the black hole at the bottom of the clear scenic region, he would have had a great chance of leaving the Royal Reed Sea alive. Still, there were no ifs in this world. Cutting off your own path of survival, who will die if not you? A spear flickered amidst space, piercing through a figure. Bang! A mist of blood erupted. That day, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, perished. The Radiant Light sect that had once been a major power in the Royal Reed Sea for many years dissipated like smoke, becoming history. Chapter 885. Guan Lied, Shenlingzi, King Xuancheng, Kong Ping and the other peak experts had all died in battle. While the Grand Xian dynasty still had experts like Daoist Shi, He Dongcheng and Gu Zhang leading them, the result of this battle was already predetermined. The combined strength of Daoist Shi, He Dongcheng and Gu Zhang would have been sufficient to sweep through any major power of the Royal Reed Sea in the past. With Daoist Shi's attainments in formations, even if Copper Men Island, which had once been known as the #1 defensive location in the Royal Reed Sea, still existed, it would still be unable to withstand the iron hooves of the Grand Xian dynasty. However, at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain at this moment, the Grand Xian dynasty's defeat was already set in stone. Even if Yen Zhaoge himself had retreated from the battle due to having expended too much energy, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain with Yen Di at their head would still be sufficient to sweep through the enemies before them. Daoist Shi and He Dongcheng were both injured, so it would be difficult for them to escape. At the critical moment, they tried to send Gu Zhang away. Gu Zhang also cultivated the Time Stream sword, and the speed of his sword light was extremely fast. However, Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone wielding the King Xian spear was not slower than him in the slightest as it entangled him, causing him to be unable to extricate himself. Yen Di swept through the battlefield, countless souls perishing beneath his saber. As Yen Zhaoge had said, not a single one of those who had come to invade Broad Creed Mountain today should even think of escaping. When everything was settled, the surroundings of the Spirit Inheritance region finally began to gradually return to peace. However, it was already a mess. The stability of the spiritual chi environment of the world beyond worlds far surpassed that of lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. Here, a power that was sufficient to destroy the Eight Extremities world might only be able to cause some minor waves. However, in today's battle, many experts attacked together, turning the sky and earth upside down. When the others of the Royal Reed Sea felt that the storm in the battlefield of the Spirit Inheritance region had finally subsided, daring to approach and observe the situation, the scene that appeared before them resembled the end of the world. The seawater surged, forming several giant whirlpools that occupied the surface of the sea. Turbid waves overflowed into the sky. The reefs at the bottom of the sea were completely shattered. Scarlet streams of light covered the bottom of the sea, flowing and flickering incessantly. They gushed up and turned into flames. The spatial rifts in the sky were twisting and gradually closing, but they still looked shocking. Looking at the scene before him, the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, sucked in a breath of cold air. What happened here just now was probably even more terrifying than the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region at their fiercest. Those with insufficient cultivation bases, having entered the fringes of the battlefield and been affected, would have died immediately. Beside him stood the pavilion lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Gu Hong. It is hard to imagine how Broad Creed Mountain was able to hold on without external help. Zhou Haosheng was silent for a moment. Could it really be an immortal weapon left by Di Zun? I don't know. Gu Hong said, logically speaking, there should be no one in Broad Creed Mountain who can wield an immortal artifact. Still, if this can be judged by common sense, it would not be Broad Creed Mountain, not be the Solar Luminary Young Master. While Yan Zhaoge was not interested in the title of the Solar Luminary Young Master, this title was still the most widespread in the Royal Reed Sea and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. It was just that most of the people who would address him with such respect before this were people with low cultivation and background. Now, however, even Gu Hong had to address Yan Zhaoge respectfully. Hearing his words, Zhou Haosheng did not feel that there was anything wrong with it in the least, as he instead felt it to be very natural. While the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect had already fallen, Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng were still received at Broad Creed Mountain. After arriving at Broad Creed Mountain and asking for the details of the situation, the two were even more shocked. They had originally thought that Broad Creed Mountain had only managed to resist the attack of the Grand Xian dynasty, thus being able to protect itself. Only now did they know that not only had Broad Creed Mountain survived this tribulation, they had even trampled it underfoot. He Dongcheng, early immortal bridge martial saint. Gu Zhang, early immortal bridge martial saint. Kong Ping, early immortal bridge martial saint. He bore the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. Daoist Shi, early immortal bridge martial saint. He was one of the peak formation's grandmasters of this world. King Xuancheng, mid-immortal bridge martial saint. He bore the high-grade sacred artifact, the 5 Fires 7 Foul armor. There was also Shen Lingzi, who had previously single-handedly destroyed the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect. He was like a nightmare to Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng. Other than that, surpassing their expectations, there was also the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, one of the top experts of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory, who was a late immortal bridge martial saint. With such a powerful lineup, how many powers of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory besides Golden Court Mountain would be able to stand against them? Yet, so many experts had all perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain, slain by Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Those who had come to invade Broad Creed Mountain had been completely wiped out. The peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty in the Royal Reed Sea had all been wiped out. As long as Broad Creed Mountain was willing, it would be nothing difficult for them to destroy the Grand Xian dynasty for good later on. Realizing this, Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng were both rather dazed for a time. They had previously been saved by Lin Hanhua, who was currently battling the experts of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng had originally been worried about what they should do if Broad Creed Mountain was unable to stand against them. From the looks of it now, however, things were completely different from what they had expected. Perhaps it should be said that this was a tribulation that Broad Creed Mountain had brought upon Guan Lide and the Grand Xian dynasty. Regaining their wits, Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng, who had been peak bigwigs of the Royal Reed Sea in the past, exchanged bitter smiles. If the two of them wanted to regain their footing in the Royal Reed Sea, it would probably be up to Broad Creed Mountain now. This was the new hegemon of the Royal Reed Sea. A hegemon that was even more powerful than the previous Grand Xian dynasty. In recent years, the royal Reed Sea had been turbulent with changes occurring unceasingly as new chapters would always unfold. Today, however, the heavens had changed completely, just like when the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded that year. It was just that as compared to the ferocious dragon of the Grand Xian dynasty that year, the current Broad Creed Mountain had risen from a lower world, dominating the four seas within a short few years. This was even more shocking. Gu Hong felt even more admiration at this moment. His North Sea Sword Pavilion had always been on good terms with Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain was clearly not as domineering as the Grand Xian dynasties. The North Sea Sword Pavilion did not feel much pressure in reopening their headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhou Haosheng inevitably felt rather awkward at this moment. He could not help but suspect that the reason Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain could be so domineering was because of the dim radiant wheel. Still, Zhou Haosheng could only forcibly suppress these suspicions at the bottom of his heart, not daring to think too much about it. Instead, after hearing that the Radiant Light sect had been destroyed and Luo Ziyuan had been personally slain by Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng, who had always been opposed to the Radiant Light sect, could not help but feel emotional. His nemesis of his entire life having perished just like that, Zhou Haosheng felt very conflicted. Joy, excitement, dejection, and also just that little bit of sorrow. Still, he could only suppress his emotions and diligently repair the relationship between his family and Broad Creed Mountain. As the dust from this battle settled, the results of the battle spread throughout the Royal Reed Sea and even to other parts of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Everyone was stunned. Many of the minor powers of the Royal Reed Sea headed to the Spirit Inheritance region to pay their respects to their new hegemon. Meanwhile, other places of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory such as the Setting Sun Archipelago and the Jade Sun Mountain Range were all paying attention to this new, powerful neighbor. Broad Creed Mountain, Taoism's East Peak. Hearing this name again at this moment, most people suddenly felt somewhat different from before. Chapter 886. After the great battle of the Spirit Inheritance region had ended, other than Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng, the various powers of the Royal Reed Sea had come to Broad Creed Mountain in succession. While it was after a great battle, those of Broad Creed Mountain still welcomed and sent them off in a courteous manner, fully displaying their demeanor of handling something heavy as though it were light, causing the visitors to feel even more reverence towards them. However, even as they received the others, Yan Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain were actually paying more attention to the west. There, at the border between the eastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory, an even larger battle was currently unfolding. Yan Zhaoge and his fellow disciples were all very concerned about the results of this battle. The Royal Reed Sea and Broad Creed Mountain were currently situated at the westernmost point of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, bordering the southern Blazing Heaven territory. If the final result was that the southeastern Yang Heaven territory was defeated, the Royal Reed Sea would inevitably become unstable once more. With the experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory trampling over their borders, the heavens of the Royal Reed Sea were about to change once more. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge and the southern Exalt's lineage of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope were filled with many contradictions, even having a blood feud. He had slain the personal disciple of the Southern Exalt while also foiling the Southern Exalt's plan to obtain the Phoenix Bone and obtain the true meaning behind the Dawn Mist of moral virtue. If Golden Court Mountain was forced to retreat and the Southern Blazing Heaven territory occupied the Royal Reed Sea, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would only be able to consider withdrawing from the Royal Reed Sea together, fleeing far away to avoid trouble. This old man will head over to assist in battle. Yan Di, you guard the clan. Yuan Jingfeng looked at Yan Di. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was always better than icing on the cake. Still, the conflict between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory would ultimately rest on the shoulders of the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia and the southern Exalt Shuangshan, regardless of how things had turned out earlier on. The final outcome of the battle would be decided by the outcome of the battle between the two supreme martial artists, as well as whether the higher-level experts would intervene. Under such circumstances, it was actually not that important whether it was Yen Di or someone else who went. What was important was that Broad Creed Mountain had expressed that they would always advance and retreat together with Golden Court Mountain. Currently, the people of Broad Creed Mountain who possessed sufficient weight and status were Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and Yuan Jingfeng. Yen Zhaoge recuperated and recovered his vitality, while Yen Di stayed behind to guard the clan in case any other enemies came to invade. With the peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty having been completely wiped out, there would not be any more powerful enemies coming within a short period of time. The reason why Yen Di had stayed behind was primarily to guard against those who were coming for the dim radiant wheel. Yen Di said, "Please be careful, master." Yuan Jingfeng nodded. "It's the same for you here." Yen Zhaoge said, "Grand Master, bring that Dawn Star Prime Sun crown along. While you might not be able to use it within a short period of time, you can just slowly refine it normally. At the same time, it would also be equivalent to taking the initiative to notify the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the others." A smile appeared on Yuan Jingfeng's face. "That's exactly what I was thinking. If Golden Court Mountain intended to pursue this matter, such a move would be tantamount to a provocation, adding fuel to the fire." Still, Yen Zhaoge was 90% certain that the Southeastern Exalt and Lin Hanhua would feign ignorance and accept Yen Zhaoge's words, pinning the label of being of the prime clear direct lineage onto Guanlide. Golden Court Mountain was currently engaged in a great battle with Wutong Slope up ahead. Not only had Guanlide not rushed over to help, he was even causing trouble in the rear of the Royal Reed Sea. It was impossible for Golden Court Mountain to not be furious. Through this, they would be able to see exactly what the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia thought of the dim radiant wheel of legend. In terms of his previous attitude, Chao Jia had vaguely shown some respect towards the former dim radiant emperor In Tianxia. This could be seen from how he had accepted the legacies of the dim radiant sect and the dim darkness sect, allowing them to reside in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea. Meanwhile, Chao Jia was not concerned about the dim radiant mausoleum and the treasures that might be contained within. At the same time, he was clearly dissatisfied with those who were not of the dim radiant sect's legacies coveting its treasures. This was the reason why he had allowed Lin Hanhua to act and protect the dim darkness sect from Guanlide back then. Chao Jia had not been dissatisfied with Yen Zhaoge having obtained most of the treasures within the dim radiant mausoleum. The main reason was actually that Xue Chuqing and the dim radiant sect had a rather deep relationship. Chao Jia was vaguely aware of this, more or less. It could be said that Yen Zhaoge and the dim radiant sect actually shared a rather deep relationship. Therefore, this Southeastern Exalt had tacitly allowed Yen Zhaoge to enter the dim radiant mausoleum and gain much from it. It was just that the embryonic immortal artifact, the dim radiant will, was really too precious. While Golden Court Mountain's lineage had always been very upright, Yen Zhaoge dared not be completely confident this time. Now that the news had already been leaked due to Luo Ziyuan, Broad Creed Mountain could only retreat in order to advance, making use of the matter of Guanlide to probe the Southeastern Exalt's attitude. After Yuan Jingfeng left, Yen Di took charge of the overall situation of Broad Creed Mountain. Even as Yen Zhaoge regulated his condition, he was also sorting out his gains from this battle. 10,000 taels of gold with the sound of a cannon. Yen Zhaoge sighed emotionally. The riches of war are indeed the best at making people rich. The prerequisite is that they must win. In the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region as well as Yen Zhaoge's earlier long-distance assault from the Phoenix-bearing region, Broad Creed Mountain had profited greatly from this battle. Aside from the Morning Star Prime Yang of the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide, there had been even more precious treasures. Slaying Shen Lingzi, obtaining the Light Yin Sword Seal, a high-grade sacred artifact. Slaying King Xuancheng, obtaining the 5 Fires 7 Foul Armor, a high-grade sacred artifact. Slaying Kong Ping, obtaining the Cloud-circulating Heavenly Light Sword, a high-grade sacred artifact. Apart from that, having killed Guanlide, he had also obtained from him the treasure he had obtained from capturing the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, which had originally been the treasure of the Radiant Light sect, the Sun Wheel of the Sun Moon Wheels. While the moon will had been lost, the sun will that remained was still a rare treasure. While Daoist did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact, he possessed other treasures. That cyclone turtle of his had been slain by Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge had set his sights on its flesh and blood. Pan aside, the Northern Ocean clone's current cultivation path just happened to be of use to him as well. What Yen Zhaoge was even more interested in were the many spirit diagrams that he had obtained from Daoist. Amongst them, there was no lack of formations like the Heaven-Earth Divination formation that even Yen Zhaoge felt to be of an extremely high standard. There were also other powerful formations that had not been able to be used in the Battle of the Spirit Inheritance region due to geographical constraints. Still, their value was immeasurable. It was not just formation diagrams. As Qi Wei's Grand Master, a Grandmaster of formations who could be ranked amongst the immortal bridge martial saints of the entire world beyond worlds, Daoist accumulated wealth was much more abundant than Qi Wei's had been back then. Carefully looking at it, Yen Zhaoge felt his eyes light up as he was extremely rich. Still, what caught Yen Zhaoge's attention the most was a single leaf. A leaf that had already withered. Looking at this leaf, Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Blowing on it, looking at that withered leaf swaying on his fingertips, Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself, seeing that Heaven-Earth Divination formation, I had already suspected it. From the looks of it now, it is indeed the Heaven Emperor who stands behind the Grand Xian dynasty. The Heaven Emperor was also known as the Heaven Emperor. He was one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors alongside the Brocade Emperor and the others. He was one of the peak existences of the current world of Taoism. Chapter 887. The withered leaf in Yen Zhaoge's hand was something that most people would not be able to recognize. This was because it was already a near-mythical existence. It was said that there was a miraculous fruit tree that was a spirit root formed by the heavens and earth. It bloomed every 3,000 years, bore fruit every 3,000 years, and only ripened after another 3,000 years. In a short 10,000 years, it would only bear 30 fruits. Those who were fated to smell it would live 360 years, those who ate it would live 47,000 years. The fruits it bore would fall upon contact with gold, wither upon contact with wood, melt upon contact with water, burn upon contact with fire, and sink upon contact with soil. This fruit was known as the ginseng fruit, a rather famous spirit fruit in the legends of Journey to the West. The owner of the fruit tree was the legendary ancestor of the earthly immortals, the primordial suppressing Z who only worshipped the heavens and earth and not the 3 purities. While it was said that he only worshipped the heavens and earth, he actually only worshipped the heavenly Tao. The addition of earth meant that the heavens and earth were in harmony. In other words, in the eyes of this bigwig, the heavens were worthy of his worship, while the earth was not. To be fair, this primordial suppressing immortal was indeed one of the few peak bigwigs in the entire history of Taoism, a true legendary bigwig. However, he and the ginseng fruit tree had not appeared in the world for a very long time. Even before the Great Calamity, there had not been any news of them for many years, as they were completely akin to figures of legends. While 5 Manor Locale, the Tao arena of primordial suppressing Z, still existed, there were only a few members of it. After the Great Calamity, it had completely vanished without a trace. The people of the world beyond worlds could not be sure whether 5 Manor Locale still existed. However, in the current world beyond worlds, the foundation of a peak bigwig originated from a portion of primordial suppressing Z's legacy. Whether he was a true direct descendant or someone who had unearthed legacies and become a successor, no one knew. This bigwig was one of the 5 emperors, the primordial Heaven Emperor. While he had not obtained all of primordial suppressing Z's legacy, he still commanded the world, comparable to the likes of the Brocade Emperor. Seeing the Heaven-Earth Divination formation laid down by Daoist, Yen Zhaoge felt that it had some resemblance to 5 Manor Locale's legacy. It was just that 5 Manor Locale's legacy was rather special, and the records in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace that year were limited. However, having found this wilted ginseng fruit tree leaf in Daoist's luggage, Yen Zhaoge no longer had any doubts. The one who had incited King Xianwen, Daoist Shi, Shenlingzi and the others to come to the royal reed sea and establish the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in search of the Earth Queen was none other than the Heaven Emperor. It was no wonder that the Southeastern Exalt had tacitly agreed to their actions earlier. Those who are able to reach that realm are indeed people who have accumulated a lot of experience and strength. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, thinking, before this, there were probably few who knew that this emperor possessed the Aeon Light heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear direct lineage as well as the legacy of 5 manor locale. An ancient metal seal appeared in his hand. It was long and rectangular like a prism. It looked like a dagger, but it didn't have a sharp point. The tip of the dagger was flattened, and a seal was engraved on it. The lines were simple and mysterious. It was the high-grade sacred artifact he had obtained from Shenlingzi, the Light Yin sword seal. The ancient sword-shaped seal emitted an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had passed through the ages and continued to this day. Yan Zhaoge smiled. With the peerless heavenly scripture and the incomplete version of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture that he had previously obtained, he was very confident of being able to derive the complete Aeon Light heavenly scripture now. While it would definitely contain the personal insights of the Heaven Emperor and Shenlingzi within, no longer being as pure as before, it was already sufficient. In the process of cultivation, Yan Zhaoge could slowly adjust it with the help of the peerless heavenly scripture. Still, the Light Yin sword seal was a high-grade sacred artifact at the end of the day, with the sword intent of the mid-immortal bridge Martial Saint Shenlingzi still remaining within. If he wanted to subdue and refine it before extracting the concept contained within, he would still have to spend some time and effort. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not in a rush. Keeping the Light Yin sword seal, his gaze fell once more on that wilted leaf of the ginseng fruit tree. A pity that its life force has been severed. The ginseng fruit tree was a spiritual seed of the heavens and the earth, possessing spiritual power that was one of the best amongst all treasured heavenly trees. Conversely, however, if its life force had been severed, even a god would be hard-pressed to save it. This was a fallen leaf in Yan Zhaoge's hand that had already wilted. While he possessed the life creation heavenly scripture, he was unable to think of anything for the time being. Yan Zhaoge kept the fallen leaf first, continuing to ponder over his other gains. Rather unexpectedly, Guan Light of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage, was exceptionally poor. Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel rather puzzled by this. With Guan Light's cultivation base and status, having fought hard in the world beyond worlds for so many years, even his accompanying belongings should be abundant. From the looks of it now, however, he was even poorer than the likes of Gu Zhang and He Dongqing of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. Besides the high-grade sacred artifact, the Morning Star Prime Sun Crown, and a few accompanying mid-grade sacred artifacts, there was nothing else of value on him, leaving Yan Zhaoge greatly disappointed. It is said that while Guan Light is a loner, he also has descendants and disciples. Yan Zhaoge pondered, the few times he has come to the Royal Reed Sea, he has always personally gone into battle, yet no disciples or followers have been seen. It looks like his disciples and followers are doing some things for him, such as watching over his pill furnace or helping him set up formations and forge artifacts. In this way, Guan Light might be planning to obtain a great treasure. Most of his previous savings might have been spent on this. Yan Zhaoge smacked his Li just based on Guan Light's actions of profiting from a burning house and bringing much danger to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge felt that even getting rid of him would not be considered done for. He would even have to return the favor by attacking Guan Light's home. Still, with Guan Light already dead, the Southeastern Exalt would most likely have to protect his descendants. With the dead already dead, however dissatisfied the Southeastern Exalt was with Guan Light, it was already over. At this time, that bit of former friendship with him would instead be more useful. Yan Zhaoge could understand this as he shrugged, his thoughts turning to other matters. When Shenlingzi, Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing left the Royal Reed Sea back then, it should have been because the Heaven Emperor had a new mission for them. What could it be? Yan Zhaoge pondered, this emperor has many ideas. While many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind, it was not just about organizing his gains from this great battle. He was selecting and choosing from the various treasures he had obtained this time, perfecting a concept of his own. That was, how to completely destroy a wound of the sky. This was not a joke. Yan Zhaoge was indeed very seriously considering this question. As if to prove the necessity of Yan Zhaoge considering this question, a piece of news was quickly transmitted back from the border. Despite not having fallen into a clear disadvantage, the attacks of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had instead slowed. Slowing was not retreating. On the contrary, after slowing, they seemed to intend to advance deeper into the flanks. It was as if they were preparing to invade the southeastern Yang Heaven territory on a large scale even as they made way for a certain existence. Yan Zhaoge's first reaction upon hearing this news was that the southern exalt Zhuangshen was going to personally make a move. Chapter 888. The final outcome of this great battle between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory ultimately rested on the southeastern exalt Chao Jia and the southern exalt Zhuangshen. However, various signs earlier indicated that the Heaven Emperor who stood behind the Grand Xian dynasty would very likely interfere in this matter. It was because of this that the southern exalt Zhuangshen and the southern Blazing Heaven territory had been so domineering, causing a great battle between the two territories. If the southeastern exalt Chao Jia was tied down by the Heaven Emperor and unable to participate in the battle, there would be no one in the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory who would be able to stand against the southern exalt Zhuangshen. In terms of the overall situation, the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain of the Royal Reed Sea were actually not all that beneficial to them. This did not stop Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain from dealing the Grand Xian dynasty a heavy blow when they came knocking. Still, after having dealt with the problem of the Grand Xian dynasty, Yan Zhaoge would have to consider the threat that might soon arrive. Researching how to destroy the sky wound was one of them. Destroying the wound of the sky did not cut off the path of ascension for the martial artists of the lower realms. It was just that martial practitioners of the lower worlds who had yet to attain the fourth level of the martial saint realm were unable to make use of external objects to ascend to the world beyond worlds. At the same time, it would also sever the path of the world beyond worlds experts directly descending to the lower worlds. If the southern Blazing Heaven territory emerged victorious and occupied the Royal Reed Sea, the wounds of the sky in the Spirit Inheritance region would be a problem even as Broad Creed Mountain moved away from the world beyond worlds. The wound of the sky in the Phoenix-bearing region that led to the vast ocean world was still fine. After all, the vast ocean world was not directly connected to the Eight Extremities world. However, the wounds of the sky here in the Spirit Inheritance region led directly to the Eight Extremities world. If Broad Creed Mountain were to relocate in the world beyond worlds, they would definitely not leave this place to their enemies. Of course, Yan Zhaoge had also made some preparations. Other than researching a method to completely seal the wound of the sky, he was also gathering materials to forge treasures like the Heavenly Connection Jade. However, this kind of treasure was rare after all, and the demand was high, so there was a relatively large shortage. Because Yuan Jingfeng had gone to the border, Broad Creed Mountain had also paid close attention to the battle there. Therefore, the news had been transmitted back in a very timely manner. However, just as Yan Zhaoge received the previous piece of news, the scenery of the heavens and earth before him suddenly vaguely changed. The circulation of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth clearly changed, showing signs of disorder. Yan Zhaoge left the room he was in, standing atop Broad Creed Mountain and gazing towards the border between the southern Blazing Heaven territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory in the west. The western sky had shockingly turned a fiery red. Surging heat waves continuously assaulted his face. Beside him, who had a solemn expression on his face, "Young master, the southern exalt has killed his way over so quickly." Yan Zhaoge gazed towards the west. "Not yet. I have just arrived at the border." Still, the southern exalt Zhuangshen has indeed personally made a move this time. Who was dumbfounded. Although we are not far from the border, we are still separated by the desert mountain continent and the clear scenic continent. How can we see the commotion he makes at the border? What else do you think? Yen Zhaoge casually answered, the 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human exalt. That is not just for show. Instead, they are existences who truly stand at the very peak of the human world, surpassing the boundary between human and immortal and ascending to the immortal realm. Otherwise, why would he be called sovereign? Who touched his head and subconsciously shrank his neck. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge smiled. Before the great calamity, experts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm were usually called human immortals or false immortals, meaning that they were just a single step away from true immortals. When we martial practitioners cultivate, breaking through space to see true divinity, refining our acupoints to see divinity. The more acupoints we have achieved divinity, resonating with the stars of the actual universe, the greater our strength and the higher our cultivation base. Having attained a certain level, having stepped into the 7th level of the martial saint realm, we can be considered to be able to see a little of the shadow of the door to immortality, stepping onto the bridge that leads to the immortal realm. Therefore, it is called the immortal bridge. Yen Zhaoge pointed towards the fiery red sky in the west. Meanwhile, the 10th level of the martial saint realm is the true grand completion stage. It refers to martial practitioners having refined all their acupoints to become true divinities, resonating with the stars of the universe. At this point, the internal universe of a martial practitioner is virtually already no different from the actual universe. It could be said that experts of the 10th level of the martial saint realm stood at the end of the immortal bridge, the door to immortality right before them. If they could push open this door, the word human immortal could be removed from it. Looking at who was gradually realizing this, Yen Zhaoge said, with all the acupoints achieving divinity together, resonating with the stars of the universe within their bodies, their internal universe virtually becoming completely real. This will bring about a complete transformation to the martial practitioner. This is actually also a preparation for pushing open the door to immortality. Even if there was still a single acupoint that had yet to be refined to divinity, there would still be a qualitative difference from all of them. Therefore, the gap between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial saint realm was very great. It was far greater than the gap between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial grandmaster realm and the 9th and 10th levels of the martial grandmaster realm. Above them were immortals and below them were humans. Therefore, they were known as human immortals. This was where the title of human exalt came from. Yen Zhaoge said, the human body has many concealed acupoints which are extremely difficult to resonate with the stars of the universe. Therefore, it gets harder and harder to cultivate in the later stages. Some late immortal bridge martial saints are just lacking a few acupoints. However, just these few acupoints are often so close yet worlds apart that it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who asked nervously, young master, will that old chief be fine? Yen Zhaoge headed for the main hall of the Heaven Rising Peak, saying as he did so, if things go awry, the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the other experts of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory should have decisively retreated. As long as Grand Master and everyone else leave in time, there shouldn't be any problems. Whose expression relaxed somewhat, young master, is there some trick to this? Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. The southern exalt Zhuangshen who cultivates in the Phoenix true form scripture is indeed powerful. Still, there are many limitations to it as well. Wudong Slope does not have a cultivation technique for the dawn mist of moral virtue. There is no need to talk about it. I am not sure if the southern exalt knows the water ripples of holy virtue. If he does, he would have to restrain himself and refrain from doing things like bullying the weak as the strong. He cultivates in the white chi of nether virtue, his life force always remaining untainted by killing tribulations. Conversely, he would have to leave some leeway for others as well, not wanting to kill them all. At this point, Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. Of course, it is not that he really can't do it. It is just that it would be of no benefit to his cultivation. If he does it too much, it might even be harmful, causing his cultivation base to stagnate or even regress, making it hard for him to improve in the future. As for whether or not he should do things that go against the 5 virtues, how much he should do or how little he should do, it is still something that the martial practitioner himself has to weigh and decide on. Hearing this, Ahu nodded, If the Shadow Mountain Sword King and the Old Chief and the others do not fight to the death and insist on going against the Southern Exalt to the end, there should be no need for the Southern Exalt to act viciously against them. Yan Zhaoge arrived at the entrance of the main hall at the top of the heaven-rising peak, looking back towards the west. The western half of the sky had already been completely dyed fiery red, also rapidly extending in this direction. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. He would definitely be able to do it to me. Chapter 889. Looking at that crimson fiery light that rapidly swept through the horizon, Yan Di asked, "Is this the Southern Exalt Zhuangshan personally making a move?" Yan Zhaoge said, "Aside from him, there is no one else in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory who possesses such momentum." He crossed his arms before his chest. By the same logic, if Chao Jia is unable to act on the southeastern Yang Heaven territory side, then no one will be able to stop him. If the Royal Reed Sea cannot be held, the defensive line of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory can only be continuously pushed back. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Still, the other side will definitely be insatiable, unceasingly venturing deeper, pursuing unceasingly until Golden Court Mountain is forced to hand over Tang Yonghao. Tang Yonghao and that phoenix bone which contained the dawn mist of moral virtue were the most important targets of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory in the end. Everything else was secondary. Yes, they might even request for me to be handed over. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Yan Di asked, "You said earlier that you wanted to collapse the wound of the sky here in the Spirit Inheritance region?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "Time is a little tight, and I do not have much confidence now. If we cannot succeed, I will suppress my cultivation base and descend into the Eight Extremities world, guarding the entrance to the wound of the sky." Everyone suppressed their cultivation bases and descended to a lower world. Even if the Southern Exalt Zhuangshan personally pursued them, Yan Zhaoge would not mind it at all. Yan Di did not speak as he looked quietly at the bright red western sky within the image. The image suddenly shook, as if it was affected by an external force. Then, the light and shadow quickly distorted and was finally destroyed. Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, "He's here." The all-encompassing fiery light came from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, rapidly engulfing the region where the two territories intersected before entering the westernmost border of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, the clear scenic region that directly bordered the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. In the seas of the clear scenic region, the endless magnetic storms were at their strongest. The sky was filled with tornadoes that swept up the seawater below and rushed into the sky. Within the waterspout, terrifying electric currents were constantly jumping and flashing. The entire clear scenic state was like a scene from hell. However, with the arrival of the scarlet flame, the terrifying endless magnetic storms calmed down in an instant. The lightning dissipated, the storms stopped, and the seawater receded. Only the scarlet fiery light engulfed the world, quickly passing over the clear scenic continent. The terrifying calamity of nature seemed to be trampled under the feet of this fiery light. There were also numerous powerful auras on both sides that chased after that fiery crimson light, entering the territory of the Royal Reed Sea together. Above the seas of the clear scenic region and the desert mountain region of the Royal Reed Sea, a massive vessel that was 1,000 feet long hovered amidst the sky surrounded by multicolored light. It was a riding wind heavenly vessel. Standing on the boat, the few of them had solemn expressions as they looked at the approaching flames behind them. Here were the head disciple of the Golden Court Eastern Mountain Exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, as well as Mu Jun, who was similarly a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. There were also 3 peak experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. One of them was a white-haired old woman who had a sword by her waist just like Lin Hanhua, Mu Jun and the others. The martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds were used to addressing her as the Southeastern Sword's mistress. She was of the same lineage as the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia. Even if the Southeastern Exalt saw her, he would have to address her as senior apprentice sister. While her cultivation base had been surpassed by the younger Chao Jia, the Southeastern Sword's mistress was still one of the peak experts of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The other two experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm were longtime elders of the southeast who were on friendly terms with Golden Court Mountain. They had previously come to assist the southeastern sword's mistress, Lin Hanhua, and the others. In their great battle against the peak experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory earlier, they had vaguely gained the upper hand. Yet, as the southern Exalt Zhuangshen had personally arrived, they of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory could only helplessly retreat. The all-encompassing fiery light transformed into a massive fiery phoenix in midair, its wings spreading as they obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. As that fiery phoenix flapped its wings slightly, an all-encompassing rain of fire descended, directly enveloping Lin Hanhua, the southeastern sword's mistress, and the others who were on the riding wind heavenly vessel. The southern Exalt is really going too far. Seeing this, the southeastern sword's mistress did not waste time on words as she patted the sword by her waist, sword light instantly shooting upwards. At this moment, illuminated by the sword light, it was as though numerous stars had gathered, causing this old woman's figure to appear ethereal and otherworldly. Amidst the starlight, the white-haired old woman vanished. In her place was a tall, slender girl with handsome features and beautiful features. She chopped out with her sword, where sword light passed, a rift was instantly split open between the heavens and the earth. Specks of starlight flickered within the dark rift, resembling a river of stars. The river of stars hung in midair, the fiery rain descending from above all landing within it, unceasingly clashing with the starlight. The fiery light and the starlight were extinguished one after another, transforming into brilliant light. The southeastern sword's mistress did not cease in her momentum as she guided her sword, the myriad starlight amidst the river of stars congregating together, incomparably dazzling as it shot straight towards the fiery phoenix in midair. Her temperament was old and ruthless, sharp as a sword. Even when facing the southern Exalt Zhuangshen, she would still attack him as quickly as she could. That fiery phoenix emitted a clear cry, its figure turning in midair. Countless streams of fire transformed into a terrifying vortex of flames that hovered in midair. That vortex resembled a terrifying eye that gazed indifferently down below, also resembling the massive mouth of a deep abyss that opened wide, wanting to devour all things. The sword formed of starlight that pierced through the heavens and penetrated the earth was unceasingly whittled away as it entered the vortex of flames. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, the other two late immortal bridge martial saints attacked simultaneously as well. A beam of blue light soared into the sky. Everywhere it went, there was silence, and only a layer of frost was left. Where the frost passed, not only did life forms wither, even space and time seemed to have come to a halt. A massive golden hand was clenched into a fist, punching upwards. Where the golden fist passed, space exploded unceasingly, the heavy force contained within directly suppressing the heavens and the earth and space-time. Whether it was the sword of the sword's mistress or these two forces that had attacked afterwards, any one of them was superior to the star-plucking practitioner Guan lied. Ice-blue radiance and the massive golden fist simultaneously mightily struck that vortex of flames that was whittling away at the sword light. The vortex of flames distorted for a moment before finally shattering. The fiery phoenix flew out from within, just that it was much weaker now. Now, a streak of sword light shot into the skies, directly hacking towards the fiery phoenix that was at the end of its tether. The Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua. While at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, he could challenge experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. As the sword light pierced into the body of the phoenix, the all-encompassing fiery light seemed to dim somewhat as a result. The next moment, however, the flames lit up once more. As though having undergone nirvanic rebirth, the fiery phoenix soared high into the horizon once more, the tongues of fire extending from its tail feathers even coiling around the sword in Lin Hanhua's hand as it was unable to advance or retreat. The expressions of the southeastern sword's mistress and the others were all solemn. Earlier, they had indeed been exchanging blows with their opponent. However, what the other party had executed had merely been the profundities of the fiery phoenix. The secrets of the 5 virtues were the true essence of the phoenix true form scripture. Their opponent had yet to get serious at all. In the distance, the sea of flames dispersed as yet another riding wind heavenly vessel appeared. That was the riding wind heavenly vessel that belonged to the southern blazing heaven territory's Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. On the divine vessel, a figure sat calmly on a chair as he said mildly, "Just now, I gave each of you a chance to display your strengths as a form of greeting. Now, hand over Tang Yonghao and Yen Zhaoge to this seat. Otherwise, this seat will really bully your southeast." Chapter 890. There were several people on the riding wind heavenly vessel, all of them full of vigor as they were all of the lineage of the southern blazing heaven territory's Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. At the head of the crowd sat a person. His entire body was surrounded by multicolored light and clouds. Crimson fiery light formed a halo around this person. The fiery light that suffused the surrounding heavens and earth was all emitted from this person. Seeing this person, the pupils of the Southeastern Sword's mistress, Lin Hanhua, and the others dilated slightly. The person before them was precisely the ruler of the southern blazing heaven territory, one of the world beyond world's 10 exalts and the lord of Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope, Zhuangshen. His features were lean and rather handsome as he appeared to be around 30 years of age. However, he had snow-white hair that was combed into a simple bun. He bore a 50 to 60% resemblance to his son Zhuang Chaohui. Because he was too young, he looked more like brothers than father and son. However, the terrifying fluctuations of power that enveloped the heavens sufficiently told everyone that his strength far surpassed that of Zhuang Chaohui's. The southern exalt Zhuangshen sat calmly on his chair, looking mildly at those of the southeastern Yang heaven territory before him. Within the sky, Lin Hanhua was expressionless as his sword was entangled by the phoenix flames. The sword in his hand trembled, the sword light seemingly suddenly splitting into two. Above the sky, there seemed to be two streaks of starlight flickering as well, resembling the horns of an azure dragon as they wielded the power of spring and life while also breaking through battle and killing with an overwhelming baleful aura. The head of the eastern 7 mansions of the 28 constellations of the heavenly star realm, the horn constellation of the horned dragon. The azure dragon struck out with its horns, struggling mightily as it broke free of the restraints of the flames. Lin Hanhua's swordlight shot out, the horn constellation first before the Kong golden dragon, the root earth raccoon, the rune sun rabbit, the heart moon fox, the tail fire tiger and the water leopard of winnowing basket followed suit as the azure dragon of the east attacked simultaneously. The sharp sword light and the majestic starlight converged, transforming into a massive dragon that resembled a river of stars. The roar of a dragon that shocked the heavens resounded as the azure dragon of the stars counterattacked that fiery phoenix that resembled a sovereign descending between the heavens and the earth. The southeastern sword's mistress simultaneously formed a single sword technique, the Kuei wood wolf, the Lu gold dog, the stomach earth pheasant, the sun rooster, the moon crow, the fire monkey and the water ape of the 7 constellations of the white tiger. The sword light and the starlight transformed together into a ferocious white tiger that was filled with killing intent. The other 2 experts of the southeastern Yang heaven territory who were at the 9th level of the martial saint realm mustered their remaining courage as well, each unleashing a powerful move as they attacked the fiery phoenix together. The southern exalt Zhuangshen did not move from his seat atop the riding wind heavenly vessel as he formed a saber with his right palm, chopping 3 times amidst the air. Within the sea of fire, 3 more fire phoenixes flew out and merged with the first one, fighting against Lin Hanhua and the other 3. The southeastern sword granny let out a long cry. Her sword aura trembled like the fire phoenix and suddenly changed. The 7 mansions of the white tiger in the west became the 7 mansions of the black tortoise in the north. The Milky Way in the sky seemed to transform into a real river, descending from the sky and instantly suppressing the fire phoenix. But very quickly, wisps of yellow smoke appeared around the fire phoenix, giving off an incomparably heavy and vigorous feeling, as if it was the earth that could bear the weight of the heavens. The earthen yellow smoke appeared, instantly suppressing the black tortoise formed from the southeastern swordmistress Starlight's sword intent. 5 virtues true meaning, meritorious thick earth. Boundless merit, mending the heavens and extending the Tao. When used for protection, it was continuous and unbreakable, impervious to all kinds of evil. When released outwards, One's strength would be tough as enemies would be hard-pressed to dispel it, forming an all-conquering momentum. The other 3 fire phoenixes had all vanished now, only leaving behind this fire phoenix that was protected by merit. As the fire phoenix that was garbed in the thick soil of meritorious virtue coiled within the air, not just the southeastern sword mistress, even the attacks of Lin Hanhua's trio were defeated. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Atop the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zhuangshan extended his hand and pressed down amidst space. You must know that if you walk the path to your own death, even the sages would be hard-pressed to save you. The fiery phoenix descended, temporarily letting Lin Hanhua and the southeastern sword mistress pass as it attacked those 2 longtime residents of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Now, however, space suddenly split open high up in the sky, specks of starlight flickering within. Each and every star was as bright and dazzling as the sun in the sky at this moment, illuminating all. The heavens and earth before them had never been so close to the true starry sky before. The numerous stars in their respective orbits seemed to be right beside them. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, the southern exalt Zhuangshan's gaze hardened as he finally turned serious. Chao Jia, you've actually arrived? Up in the sky, 28 thick beams of light fell at the same time. The 28 lunar mansions of the various heavens shone together, transforming into 28 sword lights that pierced through the heavens and penetrated the earth, descending into the royal reed sea of the world higher worlds as they all pointed towards that fiery phoenix. Zhuangshan stood up from his seat, standing at the bow of the riding wind heavenly vessel, substituting saber with his palm as he slowly chopped out with it. The fire phoenix let out a clear cry, gave up on Lin Hanhua and the others, and flew straight up into the sky. In the process of ascending, endless flames converged on the body of the phoenix. The phoenix's body didn't grow larger, but its power became more condensed. The thick soil of virtue, the blessed purple light, and the white chi of nether virtue appeared together. Apart from that, there were also faint ripples spreading out. Wherever the ripples went, it was as if a saint had descended, untouchable by all techniques. It was the holy virtue ripple. Apart from the rosy mist of virtue, the fire phoenix had 4 virtues added to its body, flowing with dazzling light. It was as if it had transcended the world, undying and indestructible. The brilliant sword lights formed by the 28 constellations gathered in one place and landed on the phoenix's body. As the sword light circulated, the world beyond world seemed about to be torn apart. Seeing that sword light descending from the sky, those of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory all heaved sighs of relief. Junior apprentice brother Chao has finally arrived. The southeastern sword's mistress sheathed her sword, regaining the appearance of a white-haired old woman. Lin Hanhua asked, has the brocade emperor interfered? The southeastern sword's mistress nodded slowly. It looks like the brocade emperor has finally returned to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, being able to obstruct the heaven emperor in time. Up in the sky, amidst the sea of stars, a purple-clothed man appeared, his eyes like bright stars whilst also resembling sharp swords. The lord of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the southeastern exalt Chao Jia. The southern exalt Zhuangshan gazed expressionlessly at Chao Jia up in the sky as he left the riding wind heavenly vessel, slowly rising into the air. That phoenix bolstered by 4 virtues flew back to his side, merging with his figure as it instantly grew even more majestic. Even as the sword lights of the 28 constellations descended together, they would still be hard-pressed to move him in the least. Bolstered by 5 virtues, he was impervious to myriad tribulations and could be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Protected by the 4 virtues, Zhuangshan's defensive power had already reached a shocking level. He looked calmly at Chao Jia. I have unceasingly gathered the true intent of the 5 virtues throughout my life. Now, I am only a step away from attaining perfection. Knowing this, you still accepted that Tang Yonghao as your disciple. Could it be that you are intentionally making things difficult for me? Chao Jia said in an indifferent tone, whoever I accept as a disciple in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory is my business. Saying thus, he formed a sword seal with his finger, pointing towards Zhuangshan down below. Tang Yonghao is my disciple. You want me to hand him over? Zhuangshan, who do you think you are? Purple light surged within Chao Jie's eyes as the sea of stars in the sky shook once more where his sword seal passed. Countless stars circulated as streams of purple chi suffused the heavens and the earth, originating from the distant heavenly river as they bolstered Chao Jie. A purple sword light appeared at Chao Jie's fingertip. Where the sword light passed, Zhuangshen's 4 virtues instantly began to collapse. Chapter 891. Chao Jie's purple sword light was extremely powerful. Even Zhuangshen, who had 4 virtues on his body, was somewhat unable to withstand its sharpness. The holy water that was supposed to be untouchable by all techniques was now tainted with a faint purple color and was no longer clear. The boundless and impenetrable meritorious soil was gradually disintegrating. The fortuitous purple light that prevented him from falling into the killing tribulation slowly faded. The omen of death and killing intent began to appear indistinctly. The white chi of nether virtue, which always had a chance of survival in the midst of all tribulations, was especially lively at this moment, and was about to come into play. Zhuangshen's gaze was faint. 3 enclosures Emperor Sword, Rosa Multiflora Sword, Heaven-reaching Purple Tenuity Polaris Great Emperor's Direct Lineage Ultimate Technique, 3 enclosures Emperor Sword. It was a Daoist sword Dao ultimate technique that was above the 28 constellations sword art. The amethyst enclosure was the middle palace of the 3 enclosures, and the amethyst sword that was born from it was even more unfathomable and wondrous. This was the foundation of Golden Court Mountain. Even if the 3 enclosures Emperor's sword was incomplete, with the Rosa Multiflora sword, it was enough for them to dominate the world. As a sword cultivator, the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie's offensive power was something that few in the entire world beyond worlds could rival amongst human exalts. Even the southern Exalt Zhuangshen, who was bolstered by 4 virtues and possessed shocking defensive power, had no choice but to temporarily evade it now. 4 virtues on the body, Phoenix Nirvana. I can't kill you. Chao Jie pointed his sword at Zhuangshen. But you can't beat me. His tone was calm, as if he was stating an obvious fact. The result of the battle proved this point. Chao Jie's rosy sword fell and destroyed the fire phoenix that enveloped Zhuangshen's body and was protected by the 4 virtues. Amidst the all-encompassing flowing fire, Zhuangshen landed back on the riding wind heavenly vessel. He lowered his head and saw that there was a bloody wound on his palm. Enveloped by the fiery light, Zhuangshen and the riding wind heavenly vessel beneath his feet turned and left. His voice was calm. Compared to you, I'm strong in defense and weak in offense. In a one-on-one fight, I really don't have the advantage. Whether it was Zhuangshen or Chao Jie, both of them had high-grade saint artifacts and rare treasures on them. However, this was not the first time they had fought, so they knew each other very well. With a slight shake of the other party's hand, he probed the other party's progress and current strength, which he hadn't seen for a long time, and had a rough idea in his mind. Both of them were of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, human exalts. While they might be able to determine the victor, it would be very difficult to determine the victor's life and death. Since Chao Jie had appeared here, Zhuangshen knew that his original plan wouldn't work, and it was meaningless to continue fighting. His tone was indifferent, and there was no frustration. There was only firmness and determination. But I must obtain that phoenix bone. Chao Jie, we will meet again. The fiery phoenix appeared once more, enveloping the entire riding wind heavenly vessel, boundlessly massive. With a flap of its wings, it instantly passed through the clear scenic region, fleeing towards the southern blazing heaven territory in the west. Chao Jie stood in the sky and strode forward, chasing after them. Wherever the sword light pointed, the stars in the sky seemed to fall one after another, striking towards the fire phoenix. For a moment, the sky was filled with flowing flames, as if countless phoenix feathers were falling. Lin Hanhua, the southeastern swords mistress, those 2 longtime experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm as well as all the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang heaven territory on the riding wind heavenly vessel now felt their spirits rise greatly. Kill all enemies who invade our southeast. We will follow junior apprentice brother Chao in launching a counterattack against the southern Blazing Heaven territory, the southeastern sword's mistress now said. Lin Hanhua said, yes, senior apprentice aunt. They immediately switched targets, switching from defense to offense as they followed the southeastern exalt in launching a counterattack in pursuit. The southern Blazing Heaven territory experts who had invaded the southeastern Yang Heaven territory were all astute. Discovering that the southeastern exalt Chao Jia had appeared and the southern exalt Zhuangshen had retreated, they immediately turned and retreated as well. Even so, there were still people who were pursued by them, perishing here and losing their lives. Considering that there were still internal problems of his southeastern Yang Heaven territory that he had to deal with, after forcing Zhuangshen back to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, Chao Jia finally returned. Bingxian City was located in the Dragon Ku region of the central region of the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, it was also the capital city of the Grand Xian dynasty. It had only been established for over 100 years. Still, it had always been the center of the Royal Reed Sea during this time, being known as the #1 city of the Royal Reed Sea. It was just that the usually prosperous Bingxian City was currently filled with panic. Even when the Royal Reed Sea had been rife with anti-Xian sentiment previously, such a scene had not been seen in Bingxian City. Now, however, the hearts of everyone were unstable. That was because the result of the battle in the Spirit Inheritance region had already been sent back. Shenlingzi, King Xuancheng, Daoist Shi, Kong Ping and the other peak experts had journeyed to Broad Creed Mountain, yet had been completely wiped out in the end. When such news spread to Xianding City, it was like a bolt from the blue, and it caused everyone to feel as if the sky was collapsing. The experts of the Grand Xian dynasty who had remained behind to guard this place were still trying hard to calm the hearts of the people. Their only hope was the hidden heaven Fek array. With that grand formation present, whether it was Golden Court Mountain or Broad Creed Mountain, they would have to give the Heaven Emperor some face. It would be impossible for them to kill them all, right? This was already the final hope of the Grand Xian dynasty. However, on this day, a person suddenly appeared in the sky above Xianpin City. She was an old woman with white hair and was very old. But when the sword light lit up, the starry river in the sky shone, as if the Milky Way was flowing backward and pouring down on Xianpin City. Those guarding the city were merely of the late-seeing divinity stage at most. How could they resist the southeastern sword's mistress of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage? That day, Xianpin City was breached and the sky-bearing Fek formation was destroyed. The Grand Xian dynasty had completely become history in the Royal Reed Sea. Since he was already on Golden Court Mountain side, Yuan Jingfeng would not be overcautious and indecisive. He would also participate in the counterattack against the southern Blazing Heaven territory. After returning to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, just having arrived at Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters in the Spirit Inheritance region, he heard a piece of news. The southeastern sword's mistress had flattened the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty. With the Grand Xian dynasty having been breached, the heaven-bearing Fek formation there cannot be maintained any longer. Hearing the news, Yuan Jingfeng sighed. The southeastern exalt has completely fallen out with the major figure behind the Grand Xian dynasty. Without the southeastern exalt's instructions, the southeastern sword's mistress would not have done something as ruthless as this. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. That emperor has essentially joined forces with the southern exalt to force the southeastern exalt into submission this time. While the southeastern exalt has a rather indifferent personality, he is not made of clay. How can he not be angry? This is a major sword cultivator. While most of the time, he follows the principle of making things convenient for others, if someone provokes him, he will be even more stubborn than most people. Yuan Jingfeng pointed at Yan Zhaoge. If not for our sect having repeatedly foiled that emperor's matters, killing the Grand Xian dynasty so badly, he might not have resorted to such drastic measures. Perhaps as he sees it, it was the southeastern exalt who incited us to do this. Yan Zhaoge grinned. From a certain perspective, this is indeed the case. Those of Golden Court Mountain should be able to understand this principle as well. Some might even feel resentful towards this. Feng Zhuan said, "From the looks of it now, the Southeastern Exalt has not taken this to heart. According to Master, the Southeastern Sword's Mistress and the Shadow Mountain Sword King have not taken this to heart as well. This is actually already enough." Yan Zhaoge pondered, speaking of the Shadow Mountain Sword King, it is not that there are no hidden worries. Chapter 892. Around a year ago, Shenlingzi had returned to the Royal Reed Sea, sweeping through the surrounding area. Other than Broad Creed Mountain, who had defended its headquarters, the main forces of the other three anti-Xian forces, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Dim Darkness Sect and Copper Men Island, had all been breached. Copper Men Island's Island Lord Gong Sun Wu had been killed, and North Sea Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Gu Hong had been captured. Unable to do anything to Broad Creed Mountain for the time being, Shenlingzi turned and attacked the Dim Darkness Sect after leaving. However, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua chased him all the way from the western part of the Royal Reed Sea to the southern part of the sea, engaging in a great battle with Shenlingzi. In the end, Gu Hong was rescued by Lin Hanhua, while the chief of the Dim Darkness Sect, Zhou Haosheng, was protected by Lin Hanhua. Shenlingzi returned to the capital of the Grand Xian Dynasty, Black Blaze City. From the looks of it, it is still Lin Hanhua who has the upper hand. Yan Zhaoge had come to this conclusion after hearing the news. When two sides fought, it would be very difficult for one person to protect the third party. It was easy to kill, but difficult to protect. To a certain extent, the protector had given up the initiative. Under such circumstances, Lin Hanhua was still able to fight Shenlingzi to a draw and successfully protect Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng, which was actually equivalent to him gaining the upper hand. But the problem was that Shenlingzi's strength was not weak. He was one of the rare few who could challenge experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm while at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Although Lin Hanhua was strong, it was very difficult for him to protect Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng's lives from Shenlingzi's sword while preserving his strength. At that time, Yan Zhaoge had been wondering if Lin Hanhua had revealed anything. While the Grand Xian Dynasty and Shenlingzi had not made any moves afterwards, this did not mean that they were safe and sound. When Yan Zhaoge had revealed the immortal trapping sword in battle with Shenlingzi, amidst his shock, Shenlingzi had once said this. "This southeastern Yang Heaven territory is truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Why was it said that the southeastern Yang Heaven territory was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and not just purely because Yan Zhaoge was proficient in supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage? Had he met other people who knew the supreme arts of the clear lineage in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Now that I think about it, perhaps when Lin Hanhua fought with him, he more or less saw some clues. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, sighing, Lin Hanhua's identity should be a top secret. Let alone the 10 exalts, not even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors know about it. Knowing that such a person existed, knowing that a descendant of the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage would return to the world beyond worlds. However, there weren't many top experts who knew who this person was. The earthly sovereign was definitely aware of it, and the southeastern exalt Chao Jia was definitely aware of it. However, this might not necessarily be the case for others. However, if Lin Hanhua's exchange with Shenlingzi was seen through, that would be equivalent to the Heaven Emperor knowing as well. Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng and the others all frowned, not speaking. After a while, Feng Zhuan said, "The earthly sovereign's decree is no joke. Moreover, this decree has received the support of most of the major figures of the world beyond worlds." The matter of Lin Hanhua was actually tacitly approved by the earthly sovereign. Can do, but can't say. In private, those in the know turned a blind eye. However, once it was exposed and the matter was placed on the table for the public to know, it would not be so easy to fool them. It was also impossible for the earthly sovereign to continue feigning ignorance. Yan Di said, "The other party should have used this as a bargaining chip and communicated with the Southeastern Exalt." Still, the Southeastern Exalt clearly did not compromise. Everyone sighed. All along, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua had been on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, also looking out for them. Indeed, news soon spreading like wildfire. The head disciple of the southeastern exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, was of the prime clear direct lineage and had been in hiding in the world beyond worlds for many years. As the news spread, it instantly caused a great commotion. Due to the influence and control of the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, the news spread rather slowly in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, it had already spread like wildfire outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Affected by this, more and more people in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory heard of it as well. Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain received the news rather early. However, it did not originate from the southern Blazing Heaven territory that bordered the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, it was from external visitors. These were not unexpected visitors. A descendant of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak, of the lineage of the Brocade Emperor of the world beyond world's 5 emperors. This was already the second time that a descendant of ingenious flying peak had come to Broad Creed Mountain. Still, unlike the previous time, it was shockingly the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting, who had come this time. As soon as Fu Ting saw Yan Zhaoge, her gaze hardened slightly. The last time the two had met, Yan Zhaoge had been a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Compared to Yan Zhaoge's actual age, he was already shockingly young. Now, in terms of time in the world beyond worlds, in just over 3 years, Yan Zhaoge had actually made 3 consecutive leaps, rushing into the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Such a speed was simply unheard of, as Fu Ting could not help but suspect that she had misjudged Yan Zhaoge's true age. She was the most outstanding genius of the world beyond worlds younger generation and also had an oceanic amount of resources to nurture her. Yet, even she was unable to attain such a rate of improvement. The current Fu Ting was also of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Still, when she had first met Yan Zhaoge in the foreign dimension, she had already been at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, just a half step away from the seeing divinity stage. In truth, after that incident, Fu Ting had very quickly broken through her bottleneck, breaking through space to see true divinity as she attained the 4th level of the martial saint realm. After over 3 years of dedicated cultivation, she had recently advanced further, attaining the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Such a speed was already sufficient to leave the world stunned. Clearly, however, Yan Zhaoge's rate of improvement was even fiercer than hers. Thinking of how Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, had also advanced to the 6th level of the martial saint realm in just a few short years after having ascended to the world beyond worlds, Fu Ting felt shocked as well. She and her fellow disciples had naturally not come over this time to inform Yan Zhaoge about Lin Hanhua. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's cultivation speed had been too shocking. Ingenious Flying Peak could not help but suspect that the profound sky-purple gold furnace had fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands back then. It was just that observing Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's current cultivation bases, while they possessed shocking strength, it should still be insufficient for them to wield the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Broad Creed Mountain also had no other secluded experts who could wield the furnace. Therefore, Fu Ting and the others still found it hard to understand. Temporarily suppressing her doubts, Fu Ting sat on the guest seat of Broad Creed Mountain's Heaven Rising Peak's main hall, continuing, "Senior apprentice Brother Lin's identity is not ordinary. He is of the prime clear direct lineage. Uncle Chao might have to bear some responsibility for this." Yan Zhaoge and the others nodded slowly. Fu Ting gazed at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. "I have come on my father's orders this time to invite young Master Yan and Chief Yan to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena as guests." The Minor No Hatred Dao Arena was named after the Lihan Heaven. The Lihan Heaven was also known as the Great Scarlet Heavens, the legendary residence of the founder of the Grand Clear lineage, the Lord of Tao and Virtue. The Brocade Emperor's Tao Arena was the Red Lotus Cliff of Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak in the current world beyond world central June Heaven territory. The Minor No Hatred Dao Arena was a manor that he had established in extra-dimensional space outside of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 893. While Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had been in secluded cultivation, Shenlingzi had come to attack Broad Creed Mountain for the first time. A great battle had erupted beneath Broad Creed Mountain, with Shenlingzi having returned in low spirits. In the great battle that had just concluded not long ago, the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had come out in full force, yet had been completely wiped out in the end. The power displayed by Broad Creed Mountain surpassed everyone's predictions. Amongst them, the extreme Yin crown aside from the extreme Yang seal had also been verified once more, with the rumors of it being an immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor spreading once more. It was to be expected that Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would gradually enter the sights of higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds. Through Golden Court Mountain's Mu Jun and the others, Yan Zhaoge had long since learnt that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were actually not in the world beyond worlds most of the time as compared to the exalts of 10 territories who guarded the center and the 8 directions of the world beyond worlds all year round. Initially, he did not understand the reason, but after learning of the existence of the Buddhist world, everything seemed to have an answer. Still, whatever the others were like, it was very normal for Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain to enter the Brocade Emperor's line of sight. First, not mentioning how outstanding Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were. With first the matter of the profound sky-purple gold furnace and then the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown and the dim radiant wheel, it would be hard for the Brocade Emperor not to notice this. Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, "Do you need this yen to bring anything?" Fu Ting replied, "My father didn't mention it. He only invited me as a guest." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, she continued asking, "May I ask those of Broad Creed Mountain pardon Fu Ting's boldness in asking young Master Yan if the dim radiant emperor really left behind an immortal artifact that year?" Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped on the table beside him and answered frankly, "An embryonic immortal artifact is still a long way from completion. There is no need for young Master Yan to think too much. My ingenious flying peak has no interest in this treasure." Fu Ting shook her head. "My father once said that the things left behind by the dim radiant emperor are inauspicious, that they are a curse and not a blessing." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh? Your father, the Brocade Emperor, means that the things left behind by the dim radiant emperor are related to the dim radiant sect's decline that year?" Fu Ting said slowly, "My father only said that those who knew what happened back then wouldn't want that thing." Yan Zhaoge's expression turned somewhat solemn. There were definitely not many who knew the truth behind the dim radiant emperor and the dim radiant sect's calamity. Those in the know would definitely be peak experts like the Brocade Emperor. However, even they kept this matter a secret. It was clear that what happened back then was indeed extraordinary. The dim radiant will seem to be even hotter than before. Fu Ting said, "As for how exactly to deal with the item left behind by the dim radiant emperor, young Master Yan can decide for yourself. Currently, news of it has spread far and wide. According to what my father said, those who know of what happened back then would not covet this item. Still, there will always be more who view this as an immortal artifact, a priceless treasure." Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before smiling. "Firstly, I thank Miss Fu for your reminder. Would the Southeastern Exalt still not accept this treasure if I were to present it to him?" Fu Ting said mildly, "My father said that Uncle Chao knows of what happened that year. Therefore, he has been very protective of the descendants of the dim radiant sect all these years." Yan Zhaoge nodded. From this, he could infer that it was highly likely that they would fail if they tried to leak the trouble to the Southern Exalt or the Heaven Emperor. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. It seemed like these peak figures of the world beyond worlds were mostly aware of this. Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. What exactly happened that year? Can Miss Fu tell me? Fu Ting shook her head. "I don't know either. My father will only tell me the specifics when I have attained Uncle Chao's cultivation base." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, neither of them speaking. Xue Chuqing's lineage had been on close terms with the dim radiant sect that year. Perhaps the secrets between the two had something in common. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li. If that was really the case, he would just have to hold on to this scalding hot dim radiant wheel. He could disassociate himself from the dim radiant wheel, But could he disassociate himself from his mother, Xue Chuqing? That was clearly impossible. Therefore, there was no need to worry when one had too many debts. Fu Ting now swiveled her head to look at a youth beside her. There is also another matter. This senior apprentice brother Jiang of mine has recently been of the mind to stay in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea for a period of time, gathering some materials and treasures. He would like to stay at your sect and disturb you for a few days. I wonder if your sect can accommodate him. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. While it was said that he had come to stay and disturb Broad Creed Mountain, it was actually a form of protection. Broad Creed Mountain had just experienced a great battle and the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory was currently not peaceful. It would not be safe for Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di to leave the mountain at this time. Not long after returning to the Royal Reed Sea, Yuan Jingfeng entered secluded cultivation. Through the nourishment and accumulation of these years, he was only a half-step away from lighting up Starfire and stepping into the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. He had gained quite a bit from this battle. After digesting and absorbing them, he would be able to break through that final barrier. Broad Creed Mountain had recently experienced many great battles, gaining much alongside their victories. Now that they were the leaders of the Royal Reed Sea, their resources abundant, it was time for them to digest their gains. It was not just Yuan Jingfeng. Everyone else, Feng Yunsheng and Fang Zhuan included, intended to enter secluded cultivation as well. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already accumulated sufficiently. The invasion of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had been repelled and the Grand Xian dynasty had been completely destroyed. Still, they were still very far away from the era of peace where their weapons were stored. Under such circumstances, a powerful figure was needed. It was either Yan Di or Yan Zhaoge. Now that Fu Ting had come to invite the two of them to the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Broad Creed Mountain would inevitably feel empty. While they were the Brocade Emperor's guests, they also had an enemy like the Heaven Emperor. While others might not dare to offend the Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor did not have such concerns. With one of Fu Ting's fellow disciples remaining in the Royal Reed Sea and residing at Broad Creed Mountain, the situation was different. Under such circumstances, if something were to happen to Broad Creed Mountain, it would be incurring irreconcilable enmity with the Brocade Emperor. Ingenious Flying Peak's lineage still did things appropriately, being willing to consider things carefully for Broad Creed Mountain rather than issuing orders from a lofty position. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both nodded. This senior apprentice brother Jiang, just stay at our sect peacefully. Whatever you need to find in the Royal Reed Sea, our sect will assist you from the side. Since it is the Brocade Emperor who invites us, we father and son will take the liberty of disturbing you. Hearing their words, Fu Ting said, "You are polite." Yan Di said, "This Yan will first make arrangements for the sect before we can set off." Fu Ting nodded, "That is only natural. Please do as you wish, Chief Yan." With Yuan Jingfeng in secluded cultivation and Yan Di leaving the mountain, the responsibility of Broad Creed Mountain fell on Fang Zhuan's shoulders. If Fang Zhuan entered secluded cultivation, Fu Enshu would take over. Just recently, just slightly before Yan Zhaoge had emerged from seclusion, Fu Enshu had finally succeeded in transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Thinking back on how martial saints had been rare in the Eight Extremities world that year, those of Broad Creed Mountain could not help but sigh endlessly. The superior spiritual chi environment of the world beyond worlds and Broad Creed Mountain's current abundant resources and treasures as well as various even more profound supreme martial arts had jointly resulted in all of this. Meanwhile, geniuses would be able to rise to prominence much more quickly and easily in a better environment. Aside from Fu Enshu, Su Fei and Feng Yunsheng would also be entering secluded cultivation in the near future. The martial saint realm was already no longer far away for them. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain's foundation in the world beyond worlds was already growing stronger and stronger as it displayed a style that they had not dared to imagine back in the Eight Extremities world. Chapter 894. Thank you, everyone. Yan Di instructed them to arrange the clan's internal affairs while Yan Zhaoge went to see Feng Yunsheng. After all these years of cultivation, the current Feng Yunsheng was already a martial saint. If not for Fu Enchu's similarly extraordinary talent, having not wasted any time these past years, Feng Yunsheng would probably have already surpassed her. Even so, Fu Enchu had long since sensed her disciple's footsteps approaching unceasingly from behind. It had to be said that part of the pressure for Fu Enchu to successfully transcend mortality and enter sainthood that countless martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world could only look up to in recent years had come from Feng Yunsheng. Fu Enchu was very happy that her disciple had been able to surpass her master and become a pillar of the clan. Still, this was a very hurtful thing for her who had always been proud of herself. Fu Enchu would naturally not suppress Feng Yunsheng. She would only unceasingly pressure herself, working harder and harder. She was one of the few cultivation maniacs of Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. Her efforts had finally borne fruit at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally. While successful people all had their own specialties, they all had something in common. For example, a considerable number of successful people were proficient in turning pressure into motivation, enduring what others could not, thus achieving what others could not. The Feng Yunsheng before him was another example of this. This time, you will need to enter secluded cultivation for a while, concentrating on your cultivation. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, I believe that when I return from the minor no-hatred Dao arena, you should already have succeeded and emerged from seclusion. Sitting in the meditative position in a secluded room, Feng Yunsheng nodded upon hearing his words. While this will not be easy, I am confident. Participating in the establishment of the Tai Imperial breaking formation and clashing with Shenlingzi, Guanlide and the others have benefited me greatly. After all, the cultivation bases of Shenlingzi, Guanlide and the others were too high, far surpassing the current Feng Yunsheng. Under normal circumstances, martial practitioners of the martial Grandmaster realm would not be able to understand the principles behind their actions, much less battle with martial practitioners of the Immortal Bridge realm. Feng Yunsheng had borrowed the power of a sacred artifact and the formation to participate in battles that she would not have been able to participate in at her current cultivation level. This was an extremely massive gain. Unlike when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had exchanged blows with her, it had been a true battle of life and death as the gains she had gained were irreplaceable and irreplicable. After the battle, with pointers from the likes of Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng, she was able to digest these gains. For Feng Yunsheng, it was not only for now, but also for a long time after she reached the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Since that is so, I wish you success. See you later. Feng Yunsheng was silent for a moment. Yan Zhaoge asked curiously, what is it? It was rare to see Feng Yunsheng hesitating like this. She exhaled slowly, raising her head to look at Yan Zhaoge as she said softly, if I can successfully transcend mortality and enter sainthood in this secluded cultivation, I intend to go out adventuring for a bit after emerging. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned somewhat solemn, preparing to go very far. If it was just a short journey, Feng Yunsheng, who had always been straightforward, would not have hesitated like this. Yes, it's a little further, and it might take longer. Indeed, Feng Yunsheng nodded, it won't be limited to the world beyond worlds. I might try to visit some lower worlds as well. At this point, Yan Zhaoge already understood. Feng Yunsheng's so-called adventuring was similar to Xikong Qing's adventuring beyond the seas that year in the Eight Extremities world. Her goal was not just to increase her knowledge and experience. Instead, she wanted to temper herself to the greatest extent. Virtually completely breaking away from the protection of her sect and the power behind her, she would be able to carve out a path of blood with her martial prowess alone. It was fine in the world beyond worlds, but in the lower worlds, Feng Yunsheng would most likely not use treasures like the Extreme Yin Crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber. Feng Yunsheng said slowly, Zhaoge, do you know? In recent years, I've felt that my saber has already gradually become blunt. While I have never been lazy in my cultivation, while I have also participated in the Tai Imperial breaking formation in battle against powerful enemies before, I still have a feeling. I am currently becoming blunt, and it is getting duller and duller. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, I understand what you mean. You want to be like junior apprentice sister Sikong that year. I have no intention of interfering with your decision. Still, our sect's current situation in the world beyond worlds cannot be compared to that of the Eight Extremities world that year. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. While there were powerful enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall in the Eight Extremities world that year, our sect was also one of the 6 great sacred grounds. Grand Master had just transcended mortality and entered sainthood at that time, and our sect was still in its prime. Currently, our sect can only be considered to have just stabilized our footing in the world beyond worlds as our influence is limited. It will be much more dangerous for you to traverse the outside world than junior apprentice sister Sikong was back then. At this point, Yan Zhaoge grinned, this is especially so since I have provoked quite a few enemies. It will be even more dangerous for you to traverse the outside world alone. Feng Yunqing smiled, however dangerous it may be, it will never be more difficult than when I had just escaped from the Sacred Sun Clan that year. Thinking about it now, those were the most difficult days of my life. Still, they were also a valuable asset. Feng Yunqing smiled self-deprecatingly, I feel that I have actually been living off the capital of those 2 years all these years, and there will definitely come a time when that capital is exhausted. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Feng Yunqing sighed, cultivating step by step is not suitable for me. To me, the limit of a life and death battle is the best whetstone. Yan Zhaoge reached out and lightly flicked her forehead, why do I feel that you are suited to cultivating in devilish martial arts? I will not kill for no good reason just to cultivate in martial arts, Feng Yunqing smiled. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he said, if you want to go, I will not stop you. He was a straightforward person to begin with. Still, if things really went as Feng Yunqing said, it would be hard to say whether things would go well or not. It was also unknown when they would be able to meet again. This was still the best-case scenario. If things were the worst-case scenario, junior apprentice sister Sikong, I was not so sloppy that year. Yan Zhaoge smiled rather self-deprecatingly. Then, he looked earnestly at Feng Yunqing, I can tell that you are not acting on impulse. Since that is so, make your preparations and be careful. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, smiling, the 2 of us will also never have to act like that. If I have not returned by the time you leave seclusion, there is no need to wait for me. Just set off at your own pace. I look forward to your return, sharper than ever. Let me see what kind of good saber you have sharpened. Feng Yunqing was similarly reluctant, but hearing his words, she smiled magnanimously, coming back to see you is one of my greatest motivations. Yan Zhaoge's smile suddenly turned a little sly, after you return, it should be about time for us to officially get married, right? At that time, your body and bones will be more stable. Feng Yunqing instantly did not know whether to laugh or to cry, why did you go straight to the bottom as we were talking? I was just in the midst of raising my spirits, and you made me feel discouraged all of a sudden. Yan Zhaoge said righteously, I had originally already planned it all out. When you left seclusion this time, I would pick a day to do it. Hands on her hips, Feng Yunqing glanced at him exasperatedly, saying hatefully, fine. She suddenly reached out with her hands, pressing down on Yan Zhaoge's head from both sides, preventing him from evading, before directly moving forward. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth, not uttering a sound. Feng Yunqing retreated, biting her lips as she smiled, when I return, we will do as you say. Chapter 895. After bidding farewell to Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing entered secluded cultivation. While she was in seclusion, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone did not move alongside his main body this time. Instead, he remained in secluded cultivation atop the mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, the Northern Ocean clone would very likely make use of this chance to attempt a breakthrough into the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the the late-seeing divinity stage. Other than the flesh and blood of the cyclone turtle, Yan Zhaoge had also discovered some Baifeng bloodline in Daoist Shi's luggage this time. The Baifeng was shaped like a red-crowned crane. It only had one leg, and its body was blue with red spots. Its long beak was white. Flame crystals were ominous, an omen of fire. Daoist Shi collected the blood of the demon race to use it to set up a formation. However, having fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, the Northern Ocean clone was able to refine it into his body. Following Yan Zhaoge's previous train of thought, the Northern Ocean clone advanced steadily. Yan Zhaoge himself and Yan Di, who had settled the matters of the clan, left Broad Creed Mountain along with Fu Ting and the others. Along the way, Yan Di discovered that his son seemed a little distracted as he could not help but smile. I already know about junior apprentice Nisfeng's matter. While it was dangerous, this is precisely the will and spirit that a martial practitioner should have. Yan Zhaoge curled his lip. He naturally understood this principle. Otherwise, he would not have agreed with Feng Yunsheng's idea. What made his balls hurt was that he seemed to have been counterattacked by Feng Yunsheng. This is outrageous. You run fast. Yan Zhaoge thought viciously, the next time we meet, I will definitely kiss you back. Just as Yan Zhaoge was thinking about this, their first stop was Golden Court Mountain. The Brocade Emperor was on rather good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, and Yan Zhaoge was similarly on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain and the Southeastern Exalt. Having arrived in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Fu Ting would have to make a trip to Golden Court Mountain to pay a visit to the Southeastern Exalt. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting were also familiar with the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua. Now that something had happened, they should pay him a visit. As Yan Zhaoge had long since sensed this, he felt more like sighing now. Fu Ting was more complicated. She had a good relationship with Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua's age and cultivation were much higher than hers, and he had given her pointers in martial arts before. It was just that at that time, she did not know that Lin Hanhua was actually related to the Prime Clear lineage. When the news had just arrived, Fu Ting had still not believed it. Only when her father, the Brocade Emperor, had spoken did she know that it was true. As the group walked on the borders of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, they could sense that the atmosphere was gradually becoming rather restless. As time passed, more and more people in the southeast heard of the rumor, and it gradually spread. Most people were skeptical, but there were also unusual voices, such as, if the Shadow Mountain Sword King is really a descendant of the Prime Clear lineage, could the Southeastern Exalt also be? Was it the Shadow Mountain Sword King who deceived the Southeastern Exalt and hid in the world beyond worlds, or was it the entire lineage of Golden Court Mountain? Even if there is no problem with the Southeastern Exalt, the Shadow Mountain Sword King has been in the world beyond worlds for so many years. Who knows what he has done? I wonder if there are any other Prime Clear successors other than the Shadow Mountain Sword King. There were all kinds of rumors, some of which sounded like false fabrications, while others sounded dubious. For those who knew the truth, a lot of fake news was like listening to a joke. Still, for those who did not know the truth, there was quite a market for some fake news. Still, on the whole, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia and Lin Hanhua still possessed great prestige in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Most people expressed doubt and disbelief. Still, Yan Zhaoge was very hard-pressed to feel optimistic for Lin Hanhua. According to Fu Ting's introduction of the situation, the winds in other places outside the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory were extremely disadvantageous to Lin Hanhua. When they arrived at Golden Court Mountain and saw Lin Hanhua himself was extremely calm. He was still that domineering sword cultivator who stood upright like a sword, displaying his sharpness to the fullest. His back was ramrod straight as he would rather break than bend. Long before Master fell out with the Heaven Emperor back then, we had already predicted that this day would come. Lin Hanhua said calmly, Shenlingzi is not weak in terms of cultivation base and insight. In saving Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng from his hands, I more or less revealed some of my abilities. Even if Shenlingzi himself does not dare to confirm my identity, the Heaven Emperor would be able to tell if he reported it back. Lin Hanhua said, it is impossible for the other party to want to control my Golden Court Mountain with this. Things start with me, and end with me. Lin Hanhua smiled, his sharp aura turning much more genial. It is just that I cannot remain in the world beyond worlds any longer. It would be difficult for us to meet again in the future. I was planning to leave in the near future anyway. With you visiting today, junior apprentice Sister Fu, we still have time to bid farewell. Yan Zhaoge was not surprised. The earthly sovereign's decree was there for all to see. With Lin Hanhua's identity exposed, his only way out was to leave the world beyond worlds. If he did not leave, the primordial heaven emperor and the southern exalt Zhuangshen would have plenty of things to do. They were just waiting for the southeastern exalt Chao Jia to protect Lin Hanhua. At that time, even the southeastern exalt would be very passive. At that time, the brocade emperor would also be hard-pressed to help. If Lin Hanhua took the initiative to flee, while Chao Jia would still have to bear the responsibility of having been deceived, the pressure on him would be reduced greatly. While the earthly sovereign had turned a blind eye to this, tacitly allowing Chao Jia and Lin Hanhua to play along the line here. Still, that was because Lin Hanhua's identity was special that the earthly sovereign had made an exception. From the bottom of his heart, the earthly sovereign had always forbidden descendants of the prime clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds. Therefore, this was actually an agreement. His identity could not be exposed. If it was, he would have to leave of his own accord. Otherwise, he would have to go by the book. Now that the matter had been exposed, Lin Hanhua would have to fulfill this agreement. He himself was very carefree, just feeling a little apologetic towards Fu Ting. I have been keeping junior apprentice Sister Fu in the dark all these years. I feel really bad about it. Fu Ting shook her head. Senior apprentice brother Lin, do not say that. I have also received your care all these years. Lin Hanhua sighed. It is still two things that I feel the most bad about. I have been with my fellow disciples for so many years, knowing them all the time. Now that we have to part like this, I feel guilty. I have been indebted to Master for so many years. In the end, I still ended up causing trouble for him. I feel uneasy. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Fu Ting did not speak as they could all understand Lin Hanhua's feelings. Lin Hanhua's sorrow only lasted for a moment before he quickly smiled. Still, having been able to study under Master's tutelage, having been able to have these fellow disciples who I know and have been able to get to know you all, I have not lived in the world beyond worlds all these years in vain. While we have parted, I still look forward to the day when we meet again. Yan Zhaoge and the others all cupped their hands. We admire the Shadow Mountain Sword King's magnanimity. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua smiled. Heroes truly emerge from the youth. Now that you've killed Shenlingzi, I'll have less to worry about when I go this time. Chapter 896. Lin Hanhua encouraged Yan Zhaoge greatly. His attitude towards Yan Zhaoge was no different from how he looked at Yan Di and Fu Ting. However, as Yan Zhaoge and Lin Hanhua exchanged glances, they both felt like they had a tacit understanding. To a certain extent, Lin Hanhua had come to the world beyond worlds to fulfill the Dragon Spring Emperor's wish to return home rather than acting as a spy for the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge guessed that while it was out of consideration for confidentiality and also because there was no need for it, Lin Hanhua might not have much contact with the roving Jade Heavens. Here, he lived more as a disciple of the southeastern exalt. It was only when he had been forced to leave the world beyond worlds like today that he might try to inform the roving Jade Heavens. There was no relationship between him and Yan Zhaoge. Lin Hanhua had always taken care of him, partly because he had discovered that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the Immortal Ending Sword Manual as well. It was just that Lin Hanhua had never been able to ascertain Yan Zhaoge's background. However, this time, within Lin Hanhua's gaze, Yan Zhaoge saw some more understanding. This caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to jolt slightly. He contacted the roving Jade Heavens previously. Did they tell him anything? Thinking of this, the question from back then surfaced in his mind once more. Why had the roving Jade Heavens given him the immortal trapping sword manual? It was still a secret to most that he simultaneously cultivated in the three purities. He had rarely clashed with descendants of the prime clear lineage, as it should have been very hard for them to tell. First, not mentioning that he just so happened to require a supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity martial saint realm, the immortal trapping sword manual was exactly what he needed. If not for Yan Zhaoge cultivating in the immortal trapping sword, it would have been much more difficult for his side to obtain victory in the earlier battle of the Royal Reed Sea. Victory might even have been hard to predict. After all, there was only a slight difference between experts at times. Shen Lingzi and Kong Ping, who cultivated in the time-flowing sword yet had been completely countered by the immortal trapping sword, had died with remaining grievances. At the end of the day, the two of them were supreme geniuses, rare existences amongst immortal bridge martial saints who could challenge opponents of a higher cultivation level. While they were stronger than most opponents by half a cultivation level or even a level, they were instead inferior when facing the immortal trapping sword. The difference between this addition and subtraction was huge. Yan Zhaoge could not help but ponder, the roving Jade Heavens might not know of the return of Shen Lingzi, Daoist Shi and the others. Still, having gathered information on me and the Royal Reed Sea, it would not be hard for them to know that the ones who pose a greater threat to me these past few years are Shen Lingzi, Gu Zhang and He Dongcheng, the three immortal bridge martial saints who cultivate in the time-flowing sword. Of course, those of the roving Jade Heavens had also somewhat underestimated Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Whatever the case, however, Yan Zhaoge had obtained the immortal trapping sword for free. The other party had clearly lent him a hand. As for saying that it was to redeem Sun Zhongde, even Sun Zhongde himself did not believe it. Yan Zhaoge had already taken the advantage. Whether or not there would be any downsides remained to be seen. Still, whether it was towards the roving Jade Heavens or the Lin Hanhua before him, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt more of goodwill. This made him even more confused. Strange. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, doubts arising within his heart. Lin Hanhua seemed to have sensed Yan Zhaoge's puzzlement. Still, looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, he just smiled slightly, not saying anything. Perhaps having long since been mentally prepared for this day, Lin Hanhua was still very calm despite being forced to leave the world beyond worlds. The invasion of the southern Blazing Heaven territory had been repelled, and Shen Lingzi, whose identity had been exposed, had perished as well. While he was reluctant to part, he had no regrets. 2 days later, Lin Hanhua left Golden Court Mountain, leaving the world beyond worlds as he fled into extra-dimensional space, his whereabouts unknown. Yan Zhaoge and the others and Mu Jun's group of Golden Court Mountain watched this former head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt depart at the peak of Shadow Mountain. While their emotions were complex, with a small portion feeling resentment arising from having been deceived. Still, most of the Golden Court Mountain disciples were still rather reluctant to part with Lin Hanhua. Mu Jun forcefully retained Lin Hanhua's residence at Shadow Mountain, also dispatching people to clean and take care of it regularly. Meanwhile, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, who had not appeared all this time, tacitly approved of his actions. The Southeastern Swords Mistress and the other longtime Golden Court Mountain experts all maintained their silence. Miss Fu, let us be on our way as well. After sending Lin Hanhua off and meeting the Southeastern Exalt, Yan Zhaoge ceased his thoughts and said to Fu Ting. Fu Ting nodded. Young Master Yan, Chief Yan, please. After taking their leave of the Southeastern Exalt and leaving Golden Court Mountain, Fu Ting took out a shadow shrinking pouch. She retrieved a great amount of treasures from within, quickly setting up a formation amidst space. The patterns of the formation did not look complicated. Instead, they were rather profound as they contained a unique concept. With the formation as its foundation, a simple yet majestic altar was erected. Fu Ting ascended the altar, simultaneously striking out with her palms, one standing before her while the other slammed down on the altar. A pillar of light was instantly emitted from the top of the altar, illuminating the sky. A hole was created in the sky by this pillar of light, leading to extra-dimensional space that seemed boundless and limitless. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners into the Pillar of Light, heading towards extra-dimensional space. Guided by the Pillar of Light, their figures seemed to merge with the flowing light as they instantly traversed numerous layers of space. At this moment, time seemed to have lost all meaning. It seemed like an instant, yet also like eternity. When the chaotic phenomena of space vanished before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others, when the scenery reappeared, a place that resembled a majestic immortal realm appeared before them. There was nothing special about this place, just that the purest, most primordial qis of yin and yang existed between the heavens and the earth. The qis of yin and yang transformed into bright and dim black and white, coiling unceasingly amidst space. Gazing over from afar, at the center of space where the two qis of black and white intersected stood a simple, unadorned palace. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both thought that should be the Brocade Emperor's minor no-hatred Dao arena. As Fu Ting and the others brought Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di over, the minor no-hatred Dao arena immediately sensed it. The door of the palace opened, someone emerging and first bowing towards Fu Ting, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. This was a disciple of ingenious Flying Peak who was cultivating at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. He was of a generation younger than Fu Ting and was actually much older. Being familiar with him, Fu Ting immediately said, "These two are Chief Yan Di and young Master Yan of Broad Creed Mountain in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. They have come to this Dao arena at Father's invitation as guests." That ingenious Flying Peak disciple hurriedly greeted Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di as well as those ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners who had come along with Fu Ting. Still, after the greetings, he glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di before secretly sending a sound transmission to Fu Ting, "Senior apprentice Aunt, Grand Master is currently not here." Fu Ting was rather taken aback. How could that be? It was Father who instructed me to bring people here to see him. Could it be that he has returned to the world beyond world's Kunlun Mountain for urgent matters? That ingenious Flying Peak disciple smiled bitterly. "Grand Master actually just left not long ago. I do not know the details either. Still, he left behind a letter for you, Senior Apprentice Aunt." Settle the two guests first. Fu Ting frowned slightly. "Where is the letter? Bring it over for me to read." Chapter 897. There had also been outstanding talents of the younger generation whose names had reached the Brocade Emperor's ears in the past. The Brocade Emperor had taken pity on them as he had curiously wanted to see what sort of outstanding figure they were. If he was fated, he might even give him some pointers. This time, however, Fu Ting was certain that her father had important matters to attend to. Therefore, he had specifically instructed her to bring Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di over. If Fu Ting had to guess the general reason, it might be related to the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown and the dim radiant wheel. Under such circumstances, since the Brocade Emperor had instructed them to meet at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, there was no reason for him to suddenly leave. While the Brocade Emperor had always been very casual in his dealings, he would not go so far as to treat an invited guest lightly like this. It was normal to ask the guest to wait for a while when there was an urgent matter at hand. But directly leaving the minor no-hatred Dao arena and disappearing without a trace, this was not normal. When Fu Ting heard that her father had left a letter for her, she did not feel relieved. With a letter left behind, it precisely indicated that the Brocade Emperor would not be returning within a short period of time. She asked her fellow disciples to entertain the guests while she entered the depths of the palace. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both having sensed some abnormalities. "Let's wait and see," Yan Di said calmly. Yan Zhaoge nodded, very much at ease as he was not in a rush, instead analyzing the principles of the martial arts that he cultivated in. Just having stepped into the boundaries of the minor no-hatred Dao arena, he discovered that the two qis of yin and yang here had been completely separated from each other, yet they flowed endlessly as they interacted with each other. It was truly the best place to cultivate the yin-yang heavenly scripture and taiji secret arts. While the spiritual Qi environment at Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak in the world beyond worlds might be more abundant and miraculous, this Tao arena was clearly better for disciples of the Brocade Emperor's lineage who cultivated in Taiji. Cultivating here, Yan Zhaoge felt that the Taiji Yin-Yang palm that he was studying seemed to be able to undergo some new changes. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di could not help but smile. You do know how to grasp. He also sat down and breathed in and out the Yin and Yang Qi, trying to further comprehend the ultimate art of the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. The ingenious flying peak disciple in charge of receiving them couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder at their composed attitude. However, this wait lasted for a long time. In terms of hospitality, it was already very rude. Still, with the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base and status, treating two martial practitioners who had yet to even ascend the immortal bridge in contempt was really not all that arrogant. However, Yan Zhaoge felt that this emperor had no reason to do so. Even if it was for the sake of the profound sky-purple gold furnace, if they were certain that it was in Yan Zhaoge's possession, they could just openly make a move. There would be no need at all for them to leave Yan Zhaoge and his son hanging here. Is there something urgent? The first thought that popped into Yan Zhaoge's mind was that the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt were up to something again. He suppressed the many guesses in his mind, calmed his mind, and continued to sit upright. Yan Di's voice now resounded by his ear. Has something happened in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory again? Yan Di had indeed guessed the same thing. Yan Zhaoge answered, it's still hard to say now. Logically speaking, I feel that it shouldn't be. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories reigned supreme. Still, unlike the southeastern exalt and the others who mostly guard the world beyond worlds, the peak figures of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors are actually only able to remain in the world beyond worlds for a relatively limited amount of time. Even if they did, they would spend most of their time cultivating in seclusion. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The rest of the time, they are actually active in extra-dimensional space. After the Great Calamity had shattered the great 1,000 worlds of the past, they had been split into countless worlds as well as infinite space. With that, many unknown existences and vast, boundless regions had been created. Sufficient strength and a great amount of energy were needed to explore all of this. Apart from that, the existence of the world of Buddhism might also be drawing the attention and time of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors. Apart from that, there was also the 9 underworlds that could never be underestimated or overlooked. Therefore, the peak existences of the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign included, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors frequently left the world beyond worlds. A few years ago, the Brocade Emperor had left for extra-dimensional space. Recently, in order to assist his old friend, the Southeastern Exalt, he had specially hurried back. Fortunately, he had still managed to make it in time. Since the Brocade Emperor had returned, the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt had ceased their activities as well. Generally speaking, those at the level of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and the exalts of 10 territories would not lightly start a war. It was like how Yan Zhaoge had personally experienced it that year. While the Northeastern Exalt and the Eastern Exalt had been in a standoff, they had not truly clashed. Meanwhile, while the Southeastern Exalt and the Southern Exalt clashed, they would not fight to the death unless absolutely necessary. It had already been many years since a battle between emperors had occurred. With the Brocade Emperor having returned from extra-dimensional space, the Heaven Emperor had simply retreated. If the 2 of them really started a war, the other emperors might be alerted as one of the 3 sovereigns might even come forward to mediate. When the Heaven Emperor had suppressed the Southeastern Exalt earlier, he had only done so through his momentum as he had not truly used force. Most of the time, the conflicts between the peak figures of the world beyond worlds would all be waged in secret as they fought for supporters before finally reaching a compromise and tacit agreement. While the martial practitioners below fought intensely, it was still within a controllable range as the peak experts seldom truly fought. There were still powerful external enemies outside the world beyond worlds. Taoism had suffered a great blow to its vitality following the Great Calamity. Now that it was gradually recovering, it finally showed signs of regaining its former glory. With the earthly sovereign at their head, the current rulers of the world beyond worlds treasured the current situation very much. Unless the Brocade Emperor left the world beyond worlds once more or the Heaven Emperor had new powerful reinforcements, the Heaven Emperor would not make a move again. As Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di conversed, they saw Fu Ting reappear. Carefully observing Fu Ting's expression, there was only some apologetic look on it, not solemn or worried at all. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were the first to relax as they knew that the matter was not serious. My father has left for an urgent matter and will not be able to return anytime soon. I really did not mean to neglect you. Please take offense, Fu Ting said apologetically. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both said that it was fine. Fu Ting added, my father is not far from the world beyond worlds this time. There will not be any changes over at the southeastern Yang Heaven territory for the time being. You need not worry. Yan Di nodded, it is fine for us to wait. I just wonder when the Brocade Emperor will be able to return. Fu Ting smiled bitterly, I too cannot be certain of the specific time. I can only ask the two of you to stay for a few days. Of course, it is fine if the two of you want to leave. Still, I hope that you can wait a little longer. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both nodding slightly as Yan Di said, it is fine. The Brocade Emperor must have a sudden and urgent matter to attend to. As long as there are no major disturbances at the headquarters of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it is fine for us to stay for a few more days. We will just have to trouble you. Fu Ting smiled and said, Sect leader Yan is too polite. With ingenious Flying Peak disciples temporarily residing at Broad Creed Mountain and Yan Zhaoge himself not present, even if someone coveted the dim radiant wheel, they would not be able to act rashly for the time being. With nothing to do, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di simply stayed at the minor no-hatred Dao arena. While they would not be able to interact in depth, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting's group of ingenious Flying Peak disciples had allowed them to gain a greater understanding of the martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Sadly, the Brocade Emperor had yet to return even after waiting for a full 7 days. Chapter 898. 7 days later, instead of waiting for the Brocade Emperor, someone else arrived. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had originally been in the midst of cultivating when Fu Ting came to visit. Fu Ting's expression was a little awkward, but it was mostly solemn. My father hasn't returned yet. Please don't blame me for neglecting you and your father. Fu Ting said, there are some matters here at the minor no-hatred Dao arena, it might not be good to continue keeping you father and son here. Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge exchanged looks. The first thought that flashed through their minds was, could it be that the Heaven Emperor had actually invited one of the three sovereigns to make a move, actually causing the Brocade Emperor to be hard-pressed to resist and forced to retreat? Or was it that the hot potato that was the dim radiant wheel in Yan Zhaoge's possession had caused such a huge disaster so quickly that all of ingenious Flying Peak actually wanted to send Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di off on their own? Fu Ting clearly knew that her current actions were inappropriate, but she seemed to have something she couldn't say, so she didn't say much. She retrieved a brocade box, handing it to Yan Di. My father left behind a letter. If he never returns and the two of you are in a hurry to leave, then this treasure is to be delivered to him as an apology. Due to the special circumstances at the moment, it is not convenient for the dojo to continue receiving the two of you. Please forgive us. Receiving the brocade box, Yan Di was in no hurry to open it as he said calmly, us father and son have been troubling you over the past few days as well. We understand that the Brocade Emperor is busy with matters. Still, please forgive this Yan for asking, but does this matter have something to do with the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Fu Ting sighed, Chief Yan worries too much. This matter has nothing to do with the Heaven Emperor, the Southern Exalt, the Southeastern Exalt or the embryonic immortal artifact in young Master Yan's hands. My father has indeed gone out for some business, but it's a private matter. Right now, the dojo is dealing with another matter that has nothing to do with the two of you. It's just that it's not convenient for me to continue entertaining you." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both felt curious. If it was not related to the matter of the Heaven Emperor and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, if it was not related to the dim radiant wheel, then the current situation would truly be strange. From the looks of it, why does it seem like there might be a calamity here at the minor no hatred Dao, right? Ingenious Flying Peak has good intentions, not wanting to implicate us and be implicated? Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Still, since Fu Ting was unwilling to say more, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di did not continue asking about it. The other party was very likely doing this out of good intentions, and also being very courteous. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di could only do as the host wished. The two of them followed Fu Ting out of the palace. As he walked past the main hall, he saw a group of people standing there. Some were disciples of Ingenious Flying Peak while others did not look like descendants of the Brocade Emperor's lineage from their attire. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge discovered that they were actually not humans. While they were clad in armor, they had the heads of dragons and bodies of humans. It was a three-headed dragon race. If these three dragons were to be measured using the cultivation bases of human martial practitioners, they would shockingly all be experts of the Immortal Bridge stage. All of them were brimming with energy and strength. Their innate dragon bodies were even stronger than the humans. As he inhaled and exhaled, the might of a dragon overflowed, causing other living beings to be unable to help but feel the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It was just that when they visited the minor no hatred Dao arena, they intentionally retracted their dragon might to show courtesy. What Yan Zhaoge paid even more attention to was the fact that these three experts of the dragon race were clearly all feeling very uneasy at this moment as they appeared anxious. This was an extremely rare thing for the dragon race who had always been orderly and focused on their dignity. After glancing at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, they did not pay too much attention to them as they quickly shifted their gazes away, their gazes falling on Fu Ting. Fu Ting nodded towards them. "I will speak in detail with you seniors after sending our guests off." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed Fu Ting out of the palace, Yan Zhaoge gazing back. Great demons of such cultivation bases are rarely seen in the world beyond worlds. Fu Ting said simply, "Following the great calamity that year, the dragon race withered. They are indeed rarely seen now. Our lineage has some ties with the dragon race that survived the great calamity that year. This was a matter of my great-grand master's time." Yan Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Fu Ting said, "I will send you back to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory with the ritual of this Dao arena later. I have really been impolite this time." Before she had finished speaking, the world of intermingling black and white cheese before them actually shook abruptly. With this, the originally distinct black and white cheese instantly became blurry and indistinct, mixing together as yin and yang were indistinguishable. Fu Ting was shocked, so fast. The expressions of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di changed slightly as well. Having been cultivating in the minor no hatred Dao arena these past few days, they all knew that this cave manor had been personally established by the Brocade Emperor. While its stability could not compare to that of Kunlun Mountain's Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, it was still far from comparable to ordinary places. Even if their master, the Brocade Emperor, was not present, wanting to shake this place would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, the scene before them clearly indicated that someone was attacking the minor no hatred Dao arena from the outside. Even worse was the fact that the other party was extremely powerful, as it was not impossible for them to break through. The spiritual chi flow of the Dao arena had already been disrupted, its foundation having been shaken. Fu Ting was shocked but not panicked as she directly retrieved a jade crystal, tossing it into the air before tapping on it with a finger. The surface of the jade crystal lit up with radiance which established a spirit formation. At the center of the spirit formation, a hole seemed to be opening up. The next moment, however, the hole immediately closed up while the spirit formation began distorting. An instant later, it shattered. Fu Ting frowned. "The enemy's attacks are fierce. The ritual cannot be activated." Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, she shook her head helplessly. I had originally wanted to send the two of you back to the world beyond worlds. Still, from the looks of it now, this will not be possible. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both feeling that this was rather absurd. From the looks of it, someone had actually really come to find trouble for the Brocade Emperor. In the end, the fish in the moat had been caught in the crossfire. Since that is so, please follow me first, Fu Ting said as she led Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di back to the palace. While the spiritual chi flow of the Dao arena had begun to turn chaotic, this was the Brocade Emperor's manner at the end of the day, as it would not be so easily breached. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Now that things have come to this, I wonder if Miss Fu can tell us the details of the situation. We father and son are still completely in the dark, as we are completely clueless about what is going on. Looking at the palace up ahead, Yan Di asked in a heavy tone, "It is related to those dragons?" Fu Ting hesitated slightly for a moment before sighing. "It can be said to be related. Still, the enemy is also specifically targeting our lineage. Those three seniors of the dragon race rushed over to warn us. Who would have thought that the enemy would arrive so quickly, arriving right after them?" Fu Ting shook her head helplessly. "There are some matters that have to be taken care of in this Dao arena. We are unable to leave immediately. I had originally wanted to send the two of you off as well, but in the end, I was actually unable to do so as well." Yan Zhaoge asked, "Who exactly is it?" The other party might not know that the Brocade Emperor had gone out, most likely thinking that he was at his manor. This was not an attempt to take advantage of the situation, as they had specifically come to target the Brocade Emperor. The Brocade Emperor was one of the strongest experts of the world beyond worlds. It was truly out of Yan Zhaoge's expectations that someone would actually dare to cause trouble at his manor. If it was not the Heaven Emperor, who could it be? As they were guessing, Fu Ting said in a complex tone, "It is not a person who has come. Chapter 899. Yan Zhaoge was taken aback by Fu Ting's "It is not human. Some great demon expert." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This time, Fu Ting pondered for a moment before saying, "It cannot be said to be of the demon race." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, she added, "It is also not a great devil from the 9 underworlds." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both looked at Fu Ting. Fu Ting said, "It is not completely correct to say that it is of the demon race. It is actually a weapon, just that this weapon is extremely special. An extremely powerful demonic soul is sealed within, such that this weapon is equivalent to possessing a complete consciousness of its own." Fu Ting explained, "It can be said to be a weapon that can control itself, resembling an independent life form. It can also be said to be a great demon with a weapon as its fleshly body." Fu Ting paused for a moment before adding, "He himself has always considered himself to be a weapon." The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. "All right, I think I understand. Now, I am more concerned about another problem. Knowing that your father, the Brocade Emperor, might be here, he still dared to directly come knocking. This weapon is an immortal artifact, right?" Fu Ting nodded straightforwardly. "That's right. It is indeed a leakless immortal artifact. Due to its uniqueness, it is actually more appropriate to view it as an expert who has pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm. Still, he himself does not think so." Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. "I deeply agree with this." Since things had already been said, Fu Ting no longer concealed it. He has great enmity with the dragon race. He slaughtered numerous dragons that year, causing the already declining dragon race to decline even further after experiencing the Great Calamity. The dragon race sought help from the world beyond worlds that year. Afterwards, a few lineages of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, my great-grand master included, joined hands and helped the dragon race design a formation to seal this weapon. A few years ago, this immortal artifact broke through its seal. After recovering its vitality for a period of time, it has come seeking revenge. Fu Ting's expression turned rather solemn as she said this. Just before this, the ancestral grounds of that branch of the dragon race had already been attacked. Now, it has come looking for us again. Time has passed, and some of the inheritances of the sects have been lost. Now, only Ingenious Flying Peak and Uncle Chow of Golden Court Mountain are left. This immortal artifact's temperament was violent as he was lawless and out of control. Even though the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was not inferior to his, he was still fearless as he wanted to fight him first before anything else. At the end of the day, he would first vent his frustrations as he definitely would not hold it in any longer. Fu Ting said, he came to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena this time specifically for my father. Instead, he still has some misgivings about Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds. As Yen Zhaoge listened, he vaguely felt that something was wrong as some things from his memories surfaced within his mind. Yen Di now frowned, asking, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are of the same breath and branch. For this immortal artifact to cause trouble at the Brocade Emperor's residence, it should not just be the Brocade Emperor who has been offended, right? Fu Ting sighed, most of the emperors are currently not in the world beyond worlds. With that, she was silent for a moment. Looking at the two, she finally said, other than that, this immortal artifact has some connection with the world beyond worlds. His name is Mars Halberd. Hearing this name, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di simultaneously narrowed their eyes into slits. Mars, a title naturally leapt into their minds. The Exalted Fire Luminary. One of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, the Exalted Fire Luminary who had once been acclaimed alongside the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Fu Ting said unhurriedly, the Kunlun 9 luminaries, in order to live up to the name of the 9 luminaries, each of them forged a treasure, and they are all top-notch high-grade sacred weapons. There is only one exception, and that is this Mars Halberd. It is rumored that because the demonic soul that was sealed was too unique and too powerful, an immortal artifact was ultimately forged. Also, it was an immortal artifact that possessed its own thoughts and was able to move on its own. I heard my father say that after the Exalted Fire Luminary vanished that year, it was equivalent to this immortal artifact having lost its master, thus beginning to move on its own. Fu Ting smiled bitterly. In the end, he began a wanton massacre of the dragon race until he was finally sealed. In the blink of an eye, so many years have already passed. Even after so many years, our fury has never been extinguished. Now, a voice suddenly resounded both within and outside the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena. Fu Ting's expression changed, the expressions of the other Ingenious Flying Peak disciples and the 3 experts of the dragon race within the palace simultaneously changing greatly as well. The Minor No Hatred Dao Arena began shaking unceasingly. An emperor has appeared among Daoist Xuanzhong's descendants, surpassing his predecessors. That voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Since you are an emperor, come out and battle me. Fu Ting grit her teeth, saying in a heavy tone, my father is currently away on some matters and is indeed not here. If you really want to, you might as well come another day. My father will definitely not avoid battle. As the other party paused slightly, Yen Zhaoge and the others instantly felt the spiritual chi flow of the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena grow even more chaotic. The other party seemed to be searching for something. After a while, the pressure eased as that voice said, is he really not here? Since that is so, I will not make things difficult for you juniors. However, those 3 little dragons, come out and die. Hearing his words, the expressions of those 3 experts of the dragon race turned extremely ugly as they were enraged to the extreme. Fu Ting inhaled deeply, the 3 of them have come to join my Ingenious Flying Peaks Minor No Hatred Dao Arena. There is definitely no reason for my sect to hand them over. I will not lower myself to the level of you juniors for the descendants of Daoist Xuanzhong, the other party said coldly. Still, I will kill every dragon I see, no exceptions whatsoever. Either I perish, or the dragons perish. A powerful force unceasingly shook the heavens and the earth as the air within the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena suddenly turned blazing hot. The two chis of yin and yang intermingled turbid before actually beginning to blaze. Feeling that violent concept that was wild and unbridled like blazing fire, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned extremely strange. Even a look of surprise appeared on Yan Di's face. Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. It might not be a good time to ask this now. Still, Miss Fu, I wonder how those seniors of the Grand Clear Direct lineage helped the dragon race seal this immortal artifact back then. Currently paying attention to the changes in the minor no-hatred Dao arena, Fu Ting did not suspect anything as she answered, this Mars halberd is blazing like fire, being extremely tough and blazing with extreme yang. Therefore, Grand Master and the others made use of an ancient, cold abyss as a geographical advantage before setting up a formation with the power of the stars of the universe. Many experts of the dragon race sacrificed themselves for others, dying within the formation as they powered the grand formation with the power of their sacrifices, finally suppressing the previously injured Mars halberd. From the looks of it now, during these years of being suppressed, this Mars halberd has also recovered from the injuries he had sustained before being sealed. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, both seeing the shock within the other's eyes. Numerous stars converging, dragons entering the sea, ancient, cold abyss, reverse scale shocking moon, this was the origin of that dragon tomb which Yan Zhaoge had unearthed that year. Back in the dragon tomb, Yan Zhaoge had sensed that it seemed to have originally been used to seal a certain existence. The sealed existence had already escaped at the time. Yan Zhaoge had still felt curious about what it was. Only now did he know that it was actually an immortal artifact that possessed its own thoughts and was able to move independently. Along with the extreme Yang seal, the extreme Yin crown and the Rahu saber, Mars halberd was one of the 9 luminaries' weapons of the past. Chapter 900. Extreme. Yang. Seal, is it? Long time no see. To think that we would actually meet again under such circumstances. Yan Zhaoge could still recall that back in the dragon tomb, the seal had completely collapsed, the ancient, cold abyss having regained its original appearance as the dragon tomb had collapsed. At that time, a remnant will had still existed within the dragon tomb, originating from that sealed existence. When this will had appeared, such a sentence had flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. At that time, Yan Zhaoge had been puzzled. The other party recognized the extreme Yang seal. Having had no further connection with it afterwards, he had not taken it to heart. Now, however, everything was already clear to him. Looking at those 3 experts of the dragon race again now, Yan Zhaoge's gaze involuntarily turned rather strange. Most of the dragon tomb had been dug out by him back then. The attention of those 3 experts of the dragon race was currently focused on Mars halberd outside as a resolute, furious look appeared on their faces. Let's go out, the 3 experts of the dragon race said in a heavy tone. Fu Ting shook her head, about to speak when a voice resounded once more from outside, if you don't come out. Violent power rampaged as the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena became unbearably hot. The 2 chis of black and white that had originally coexisted with yin and yang now turned blurry before turning crimson, all of them blazing. Then, I shall enter. Accompanied by that tyrannical voice, the sky of the minor no-hatred Dao arena split apart, dazzling red light shooting out from within, illuminating the roof of the palace. Blazing fire appeared amidst the red light, the flames gradually condensing to form a figure between the heavens and the earth. That was a figure whose features could not be clearly seen. He was 90 feet tall, his entire body entangled by numerous fire dragons. Beneath his feet were 2 even more massive crimson flame dragons. His entire person resembled a divinity formed of fire. A tyrannical, fierce aura swept through the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena, quickly turning it into a sea of flames. The expressions of Fu Ting and the other ingenious Flying Peak disciples were solemn to the extreme. If they had long known that the other party was powerful, no different from an emperor-level expert, it would have been a vicious battle even if the Brocade Emperor himself had been present. Still, the other party having charged into the minor no-hatred Dao arena so quickly still shocked them to the core. While the Brocade Emperor had not been present, this place had still been personally set up by him at the end of the day. Now that it had been broken through so quickly, this special opponent was even fiercer than they had thought. After that divinity of flame had appeared, his featureless face first glanced in Yan Zhaoge's direction. Yan Zhaoge instantly felt as if everything in the space around him was about to explode and be incinerated. It wasn't a simple explosion of a tangible object, but an existence smaller than a mustard seed. At this moment, it was as if it was about to explode and burn into nothingness. Uncountable, far more than billions of specks of dust were about to explode at the same time. As a result, all existences were destroyed, difficult to resist. Extreme Yang Seal, it has truly been a long time. From the huge body formed from flames, a voice sounded out, "Young man, you are Gao Han's successor." Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that his Extreme Yang Seal was currently shaking intensely. The high-grade sacred artifact, which already possessed extraordinary intelligence in the first place, was now unprecedentedly sensitive. However, it didn't seem like the joy of a reunion between old friends. It was more like fear. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge could not help but have the urge to roll his eyes. Although the Kunlun 9 luminaries were known as the Kunlun 9 luminaries, who knew what their internal relationships were like? Even if they were like-minded, this didn't entail that they were on close terms with each other. On the contrary, many conflicts might exist between them. From the reaction of the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown when they had been brought together, as well as the image left behind by the exalted lunar luminary in the Eight Extremities world back then, it could be seen that the relationship between the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary should have been pretty good. Still, from the reaction of the Extreme Yang Seal towards Mars Halberd now, it was likely that the previous owners of the two had not been on good terms. Yan Zhaoge had no choice but to be cautious with this. He could not just casually use the name of a tiger. If Mars Halberd gave the exalted solar luminary Gao Han some face, that would naturally be for the best. From the looks of it now, however, bringing up the exalted solar luminary might instead infuriate Mars Halberd further. It was fine for the ingenious Flying Peak disciples to know that Yan Zhaoge bore the Extreme Yang Seal. Those three experts of the dragon race all looked shockedly at Yan Zhaoge now. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, saying calmly, "I am not a descendant of the exalted solar luminary. I just inadvertently obtained the Extreme Yang Seal and cultivated in the Extreme Yang scripture. Still, my understanding of the exalted solar luminary is limited. I also do not know where this senior is currently." That divinity of flame glanced calmly at Yan Zhaoge before saying casually, "Even if you are a descendant of Gao Han, I will not make things difficult for someone of the younger generation. I just need you to follow me and do some things. I believe your words. Still, you have to think more about it. Gao Han's thoughts are crafty and secretive. He seldom plays useless chess. While he may not have intended it, it might be my intention." With that, his gaze fell on those three experts of the dragon race once more. Instantly, 3 clumps of blazing fire arose from thin air, enveloping those 3 experts of the dragon race. While Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and those of ingenious Flying Peak were just by the side, they were completely unaffected by it. That terrifying blazing fire originated from the bodies of the 3 experts of the dragon race. While the fire was limited to 3 areas of land, these 3 areas of land were directly transformed into a purgatory sea of flames. The 3 dragons simultaneously emitted tragic cries, struggling as they shed their human forms, revealing their true forms as they transformed into 3 true dragons that connected to the heavens. Each of these massive dragons was even more massive than the dragons that had slumbered eternally in the dragon tomb that year, possessing shocking auras. 3 true dragons were equivalent to 3 immortal bridge martial saints of the human race as their chi and blood erupted, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as they plucked stars and captured the moon. However, as blazing fire wreathed their bodies at this moment, however much they struggled, they were unable to extinguish the flames on their bodies. That true dragon opened its mouth, directly spurting out an immeasurable amount of seawater. The amount of water was sufficient to instantly transform into a great ocean, virtually being able to fill up a small portion of the Royal Reed Sea. However, such an oceanic amount of water that even contained true essence and dragon chi was directly vaporized completely as soon as it came into contact with the flames on his body. Yan Zhaoge could not be bothered to rejoice over his accurate judgment. If this guy were to make a move in the Royal Reed Sea, just a random spark of fire would be enough to vaporize the entire Royal Reed Sea dry. They all used fire. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had also been the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Flame Devil Emperor. While Yan Zhaoge had not personally seen the Flame Devil Emperor in action before, according to the descriptions of others, the Flame Devil Emperor was only a so-so when he fought. Seeing this, Fu Ting panicked greatly. After a moment's hesitation, she said in a heavy tone to Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, "I am really sorry for dragging the two of you into this. Be careful." Not waiting for the two to reply, Fu Ting raised her head and gazed at the figure blazing with blazing flames up in the sky, yelling lightly, "Since the three seniors of the dragon race have come to my minor no-hatred Dao arena, you are guests of my ingenious flying peak. Please forgive this junior for offending you." Saying thus, she directly struck towards her forehead with a palm, as though wanting to commit suicide. However, a Taiji diagram simultaneously appeared on her palm and forehead, resonating with one another. Chapter 901. Accompanied by the appearance of Taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's palm and forehead, the heavens and earth of the minor no-hatred Dao arena abruptly changed. The world, which was already gradually beginning to be devoured by the sea of flames, suddenly distorted. With the palace beneath their feet as the center, the power of reversal of extremities emanated. However, just having moved, a clump of flames suddenly appeared between her palm and forehead. The flames transformed into a sigil, instantly suppressing the Taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's palm and forehead. The voice of that divinity of flame resounded within the sky, "I do not wish to lower myself to the level of you juniors, yet you want to take the initiative to make trouble. You must know that even if I kill you, I would not care." That sigil of flame immediately began devouring the Taiji diagrams on Fu Ting's body. Fu Ting's face and hands were about to be caught in the flames as well. The phoenix-woven brocade and other treasures on her showed no signs of being affected in the least. A silvery white silk that flickered with the crimson light of fire suddenly drifted, keeping the endless blazing fire at bay as it circulated. However, faced with that sigil of flame, it instantly collapsed upon contact as it was hard to resist. Instead, radiance suddenly lit up at the center of the Taiji diagrams that had originally been suppressed on Fu Ting's forehead. The palace at the center of the minor no-hatred Dao arena beneath Fu Ting's feet also lit up. The power of reversal of extremities surged once more, even more ferocious and majestic than before. The divinity of flame within the sky paused for a moment. Having been suppressed by my attack, a second hidden restriction was instead triggered? No wonder you surpass your father, even surpassing Daoist Xuanzhong. The entire minor no-hatred Dao arena actually seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. It was not because of Mars Halberd's power, instead originating from the minor no-hatred Dao arena itself. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing towards its center. This majestic power was fully bolstered by Fu Ting at this moment. Bolstered by this power, Fu Ting was ultimately not injured by that sigil of flame. Everything happened in an instant. Fu Ting could only make use of this instant. She clapped downwards with her palm, the palace before her simultaneously transforming into specks of light of black and white. Yin and Yang circulated, transforming into a Taiji diagram which swept along Fu Ting, the disciples of ingenious flying peak, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, as well as those three dragon experts who were being incinerated by blazing fire. Everyone flew towards that point of collapse at the center, seemingly about to vanish. The power formed by the collapse of the entire minor no-hatred Dao arena caused the flames on the bodies of those 3 dragon race experts to finally be extinguished. At the end of the day, this was a Dao arena established by the Brocade Emperor. Fu Ting was also incomparably decisive as she had finally managed to save those 3 dragons from the brink of death. However, it was at this moment that the god of fire who stood in the void, unmoved even if the heavens and earth collapsed, suddenly moved. What an outstanding young lady! She's just like her father. There seemed to be a mighty dragon roar echoing in the endless distance. In the next moment, the 90-meter-tall body exploded into flames that filled the sky. A twin crescent halberd appeared from within the sea of flames, resembling the halberd of Yan Zhaoga's memories. However, this halberd was crimson in color and carved with dragon patterns. You have courage and ability. I will not kill you, but I will give you some punishment. The crimson halberd slashed through the air. Fiery light flickered, the black and white Taiji diagram at the center of the collapse mightily breaking apart. Swept along by the Taiji diagram, Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di and Fu Ting were already about to retreat into the spatial passageway formed following the destruction of the minor no-hatred Dao arena. However, after the fiery light had flickered, the spatial passageway instantly broke apart. While everyone tried their best to stabilize themselves, they were still involuntarily separated as they were swept into different spacetimes in 2s and 3s. Meanwhile, the final scene that appeared before the eyes of Yan Zhaoga and the others was that crimson fiery light flashed past. The 3 dragon experts had all perished. The massive bodies of the dragons had all been cleaved apart at the waist. Blazing fire arose from the wounds, instantly incinerating the 6 halves of the dragon bodies completely. They were reduced to ashes, not leaving any traces behind at all. In the distance where space had been destroyed, the fiery light condensed to form that divinity of fire who stood atop 2 dragons once more. The giant of flame towered amidst space, not pursuing or retreating as he simply stood silently where he was. It was as though he was specifically waiting for the return of the Brocade Emperor. Amidst the chaotic space, Yan Zhaoga turned and gazed over to the other side, seeing his father Yan Di currently trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space. Father and son exchanged glances, both not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. They had completely been caught in the crossfire this time, having been implicated by ingenious Flying Peak and the dragon race. Never would they have thought that such a change would actually occur. Sending each other a look that told them not to worry, father and son could only stabilize their figures amidst the shattered space, drifting along with the currents as they drifted off in different directions. With their current cultivation bases, they were not in any danger. The only problem was that returning to the world beyond worlds would require some effort. Yan Zhaoga sighed, plans cannot keep up with the changes. I was still thinking earlier that the Heaven Emperor was being held back by the Brocade Emperor and that no powerful reinforcements would arrive. In the end, Mars Halberd immediately came looking for trouble. Good things never come true, bad things always do. Yan Zhaoga shook his head slightly, stabilizing his figure. As he cultivated in the immortal trapping sword, he had a deep understanding of the Tao of time and space. Now that he was trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space, he was not worried at all. It was just that Yan Zhaoga was rather troubled by the fact that Fu Ting had actually coincidentally drifted along the same branch of space as him. With that, it was not convenient for Yan Zhaoga to openly display the immortal trapping sword. Fu Ting was currently expressing her apologies to Yan Zhaoga. In putting on a brave front, I wanted to make use of the restrictions my father left behind in the Dao arena to help the 3 seniors of the dragon race. In the end, I still ended up implicating you and your father. Please forgive me, young Master Yan. Yan Zhaoga smiled, it's fine. Miss Fu is polite. This Mars Halberd had his own personality, being no different from an emperor expert at all. He had an unyielding personality but was also magnanimous. If Fu Ting had not interfered just now, nothing would have happened to Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. After Mars Halberd had slain those 3 experts of the dragon race, he would most likely have let them leave. Fu Ting and the others might have been detained to draw the Brocade Emperor over, but they might also have been let go. At the very least, their lives would not have been in danger. With Fu Ting's earlier attack, the other party had completely shattered the minor no-hatred Dao arena, causing them to be separated amidst the chaotic flows of space. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not blame Fu Ting. From another perspective, if it had been the Heaven Emperor who had come to find trouble for Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di this time, Fu Ting would most likely have done her best to help them, as they were guests of ingenious Flying Peak as well. Of course, being able to be so magnanimous was more or less because the current situation was not too bad, as it was still within Yan Zhaoge's acceptable range. Instead, it was some of Mars Halberd's earlier words that Yan Zhaoge was rather concerned about. My unintentional, his intentional, is it? Chapter 902. Although Yan Zhaoge was a little concerned about the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the information he knew was too little. As such, Yan Zhaoge stopped thinking about it. The first thing he had to consider now was how to return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge asked Fu Ting about this. Fu Ting smiled bitterly. She tapped her forehead with her finger. I don't have any good ideas for now. I can only find my way back slowly. Yan Zhaoge realized that in activating the restrictions of the minor no-hatred Dao arena earlier, Fu Ting had also expended some of her own preparations. Otherwise, with how much the Brocade Emperor cared for her, he would definitely have left behind some methods on her that would allow Fu Ting to return to the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible in such a situation where she was trapped amidst chaotic space. But now, these methods could not be used. If the spacetime passageway had not been slashed apart earlier, they might have been able to return to the world beyond worlds together. Unfortunately, Mars Halberd was an immortal weapon after all, and an immortal weapon that could exert its own strength. Thinking of Mars Halberd, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances, bitter smiles appearing on their faces. From the looks of it, the other party had no intention of leaving after shattering the minor no-hatred Dao arena. It actually remained where it was, seemingly waiting for the Brocade Emperor to return. He was arrogant and domineering. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, identifying the direction of the space before him. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Let's figure out where we are first. Fu Ting also pulled herself together and observed the surroundings. Even though he had destroyed the minor no-hatred Dao arena in the end, he had still been unable to protect those three experts of the dragon race in the end, and could only watch as they were killed right before his eyes. For Fu Ting, who had always been a proud daughter of the heavens and had always been successful, today's matter could be considered a rare setback. In recent years, the only thing that could make Fu Ting feel so aggrieved was the disappearance of the profound sky-purple gold furnace and the disappearance of her sect elders in the black hole. What made Fu Ting feel both exasperated and amused was that Yan Zhaoge had actually been involved in both of the rare times she had suffered such a huge loss. However, she was strong-willed and quickly adjusted her state of mind. The two of them floated in the void for an unknown period of time. As the space before them changed, the outline of a world appeared. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting exchanged glances before entering that world together. As soon as they entered, the dimensional domain instantly distorted and shook, vaguely seeming like it wanted to squeeze Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting out. As the two of them circulated their energies, they became one with the world in front of them, and the repulsive force immediately weakened. Upon entering, Zhang Xian was greeted by the sight of a lush forest. Yan Zhaoge stabilized himself, gazing into the distance. The spiritual chi flow here is very unusual. Both of them were seeing divinity martial saint experts, but they were able to find shelter in this world very normally. It was unlike lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating gate world. Yet, it did not seem like he had returned to the world beyond worlds. Sensing this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but pull back the corners of his mouth. I hope that this is the roving jade heavens. Otherwise, is this yet another Buddhist world? Young Master Yen also knows of the existence of the world of Buddhism. As the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting knew many things that martial practitioners of the same cultivation level did not. She was rather surprised that Yen Zhaoge knew about this. Uncle Chow even told you this? Yen Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he smiled. It was not the southeastern exalt who told me. To tell you the truth, while searching for that furnace previously, amidst the chaos in space afterwards, this Yen and Gao Qing of the roving Jade Heavens coincidentally entered a Buddhist world. Only then did I learn of some things. Fu Ting nodded, sighing. It is no wonder then. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, she said, my father and the other emperors have kept this a secret out of consideration for the stability of the world beyond worlds and the many lower worlds. There seems to be some hidden story that I am not aware of. While my father did not say it clearly, it seems to be very complicated. Hearing her words, Yen Zhaoge smiled. You can rest assured, Miss Fu. This Yen did not openly announce it after returning from that Buddhist world. I have always kept my mouth shut. Fu Ting smiled as well. I believe that. The two sensed the spiritual qi veins of the heavens and the earth as they flew. Signs of human activity could vaguely be seen in the distance. Yet, accompanied by the rising smoke, there was also a faint treasured light that soared into the sky. This was a treasured light that was formed from the power of faith after condensing to a certain extent, turning illusory into real. It is not the roving Jade Heavens, but a Buddhist world in the end. As Yen Zhaoge looked at it, he suddenly frowned. Wait, that's not right. He was shocked. That is not Buddha light. Beside him, Fu Ting's expression gradually changed as she carefully stared at that treasured light that rose into the sky. Why does it look like the power of faith condensed from the power of faith of our Taoism? Exchanging glances, the two could both see the astonishment within the depths of the other's eyes. Indeed, Taoism also had its power of faith. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain, Ingenious Flying Peak or any other Taoist martial lineage. Apart from the ranking of their ancestors, they would also worship the ancestors of the three clear lineages. Still, that was just the simplest form of worship, a pure form of respect. It was just like when the Buddha, the Gautama Buddha, was still in this world that year. Yet, this treasured light condensed from the power of faith of Taoism was different from that of ordinary worshippers. It was similar to the current Buddhist scriptures of the future Buddha as it was condensed from the power of faith of all life forms. Those who sang of the Tao did not seek to cultivate themselves, instead placing their hopes and dreams on a certain existence. Yen Zhaoge inhaled deeply, swiveling his head to look at Fu Ting, asking directly, from the looks of Gao Qing and her fellow disciples, the roving Jade Heavens should not do such a thing. Still, Miss Gao Qing might only be able to represent her lineage. From what you know, is there anyone else in the roving Jade Heavens who would do such a thing? Fu Ting's expression was complex, but she did not slander the roving Jade Heavens as she instead said honestly, from what I know, no. Yen Zhaoge gazed at that treasured light that connected to the heavens. This does not seem to be some place in the world beyond worlds, nor is it a lower world like the Eight Extremities world. The two pondered for a moment before continuing on their way towards a populated area. Having arrived nearby, they landed. As they walked forward, they saw a city on a plain with numerous villages around it. Streaks of treasured light arose from both the villages and the city, some dense while others faint. The treasured light that arose from the city was clearly denser and more condensed. Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting stealthily entered. The common language of the people here was different from that of the world beyond worlds as it was extremely strenuous for Yen Zhaoge to understand. Still, Yen Zhaoge gradually understood who they were worshipping. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord? Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting stared at one another, both having blank looks on their faces. As disciples of the three purities, they would often casually chant three immeasurables or immeasurable Heavenly Lord for blessings, inconceivable merit in formal settings. The two naturally knew this. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord here referred to innumerable Heavenly Lords or many Heavenly Lords rather than the title of a single existence. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord for blessings was the complete saying. Still, inconceivable merit should be added behind it. However, the people of this world, whether they were martial practitioners or ordinary citizens, all worshipping the name of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was like Buddhist disciples worshipping the future Buddha, chanting Namo Maitreya Buddha. It was clearly referring to a single existence. Also, it was not a short form. The problem was that Taoism had never had a grand Heavenly Lord with the title of Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. What the hell? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.